Hello there. Welcome back for the second segment of Champions Cube Season 8. We will have some gameplay shortly, but let's have a look at what Slight cooked up, shall we? Alright, we've got his deck here. So, what we were talking about, we were like, Hippowdon, Ninetales, Glacian, Salamence, and here we are, with exactly those four things. Now, I think it's interesting that Slight decided to cut the Salamence EX. Definitely leaning into the Hippowdon for the attackers and the Glacian. So Salamence is here purely as a support piece, which I don't hate. Soon we will have pairings going up. I'll give you a quick preview of who Slight's opponent will be, what their deck looks like, and then we'll get into some games. So I'll be back in a minute to talk about this deck. You can find all the decks on the cubecoco.net site. Just press events, and from there you can find the Champions Cube event, and you'll see all the deck lists at the bottom. Just give me 1 second while I get the game open. All right, hello, we are back. So, first of all, let's have a quick look at Fruits' deck. I've got the pairings for the event here. We've got Slight versus Fruits. Fruits will be Lost Cycling myself in the kitchen. Cycloning, sorry. Looks like a Palkia G, Dialga G, Dark Dragonite, Weavile pile. Looks kind of cool. And this will be against the heaviest aggro deck of all time, which is Slight's Draft. And we will be watching them play. Right, 1 second. I'm going to bring up Slight's deck here. I'm going to bring up Fruits' deck as well. Just so we've got a visual of what's going on. Fruits. All right, cool. So, I'm not sure who won the coin flip. Looks like they've revealed their prizes to me, which is interesting. So, Fruiter, the PCL prize, there's the Progly G. Any important prizes for Slight? Not especially. A couple of Fighting Energy, Premier Ball, Karina. And I'm just going to refresh the page because untap. For some reason, when you flip cards from face down to face up, it doesn't update their position. All right, but we are good to start. So it looks like Fruits was going first, draw for turn, benching the Palkia G. A lot of basics in this deck with level ups. So the Palkia obviously hitting the Hippowdons for weakness is very good. The Dialga turning off bodies, I'm not sure how relevant that is in this matchup. Turning off the Mantine Delta body might be slightly annoying for Slight. Alright, and we do see the Dratini being benched there as well. Alright, it's just the simple attach and pass. We're playing current standard rules, so you can play items, you can draw and attach, but you can't play supporters and you can't attack. Slight kicking things off with a BB search. Likely, as it's the first search of the game for him, trying to figure out what his prizes are. Of course, we already know, because we have technology, but Slight has no idea. So, first search, as usual in Pokemon, are going to take a bit longer. Now, Slight's hand is a bit awkward. No other basic Pokemon, so you'd have to imagine BB's is getting a basic Pokemon. And also, this Bagon's got 50 HP. I believe Weavile, let's have a look at Weavile, shall we? Does 2 for 40, but with that special Dark that Fruits has got, and with the Dark Engage Pokepower, would potentially knock out this Bagon. So that's a bit awkward. Like, definitely needs a basic. Alright, and opting for that Vulpix. So, I'm expecting... We can't retreat here. If Bruce does take the knockout, Slight can at least follow up with a Roast Reveal. It's got the Scramble energy to potentially attack. With the Will-O-Wisp of this Ninetales. Doing 60. Of course, the Weavile with that 80 HP would survive that attack. But Ninetales would eventually win the war. We see Fruits going for a Pokecon, putting the Lucario back in the deck. Notably, this doubles the weakness for each Pokemon in play, yours and your opponent's. And Fruits does hit Slight's Hippowdons for weakness, so with his water attackers, it's potentially quite dangerous. Actually going straight for the Weavile here. And then checking price cards, I'd imagine, as this is Fruit's first deck search of the game. I'm surprised he didn't go for the Milo first, assuming he's going to use that still. Potentially could have naturally drawn into the Weavile and established something else. You're not actually thinning the deck, because the Lucario is going back into the deck, and you potentially don't want to redraw back into the Lucario just yet. But potentially valuing knowing what's in the prize cards before proceeding further. I do suspect we will see the Milo come down. Oh, never mind. Fruit's just opting to Shadow Charge. Set your deck for up to 2 Darkness Energy and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. So, getting 2 Dark Energy immediately on the RPG. Have to imagine that makes Slight's turn a bit interesting. It's got the Wagner's Philosophy to draw until he has 6 cards, so we might see a Ninetales attach Volkner's, something like that. And then still having the Roast reveal to draw 3 afterwards. Scramble Energy is not online, as Fruits did not take the knockout. So there we go, starting with the Volkner's, choosing not to discard a card. Like valuing all these cards in his hand. Not drawing into too many basics, but the Heavy Ball can get... Slight has 1 Hippopotas with a retreat cost of 3. It's the 11th hour tackle one, which is one of the reasons why Heavy Ball is such a great pickup for him. So I'd imagine that would be getting that. Slight, in theory, knows what his prize cards are, so he should know that there's a Hippopotas in there, so his Azelf could also get the Hippopotas, and then Slight knows where his prizes are, which is also very good. We'll have to see if the Ultra Ball is committed this turn, or whether Slight is going to save it. I'm not sure what you discard in this hand. Everything is quite important, potentially the Water Energy, but we'll see. So it comes down the Heavy Ball now. You have to imagine, yes, there's the Hippopotas. Imagine that's going straight on the bench. This Hippowdon in particular doesn't pair so well with the Sandry set. Its attacks are quite expensive, whereas the other ones are 0 energy attack and a 1 energy attack, respectively, and they both accelerate. But this one is a great attacker in its own right, and it's a great one to lead the game with, before even thinking about Sandry sets. So, let's see how Slight navigates this. What are the priorities with this deck? It's the difficult thing about Cube. You draft a deck, you build a deck, and then you play in a tournament with a deck you've never played with before. So you're having to figure out how your deck works on the fly. You're having to think about how your deck works as you build it, as you do with all decks. But it's really just, you never build the same Cube deck twice. Even playing the same Cube over and over again, you're never going to have the same deck twice. There's going to be little subtleties, little differences. You're not necessarily going to know the best way to play your deck until you've played a couple of games with the deck. So it's like committing the Ultra Ball, opting for a Shelgon? Discarding the Azelf. Guess understanding that his only Pokemon in the prize cards is the Hippopotas, and as he's already got one from Heavy Ball, it's not needed. We have Fruits finally using the Milo. I'm still surprised he didn't use it last turn. I don't think he played a supporter last turn, no. And what's he going to find? What's the plan? Do we get aggressive? Do we say defensive? Could free retreat. This Weavel's so good because it's got free retreat into the Dialga. With the metal energy, it's taking 10 less damage. The Weavile can make the Dialga dark type on Fruits' turn, so it will take do the extra 10 damage with the darkness energy. But going back into Slight's turn, it will once again be metal, so it'll take 10 less damage. But looks like Fruits is playing it very patiently, just using the Shadow Charge, perhaps recognizing that, well, Slight has Scrambled Energy in his hand. Fruits knows it's in his deck, of course, but doesn't know that it's in his hand. And that would be the direct answer to the Dialga had Fruits promoted and tried to knock out the Shell Gun. Of course, the Shell Gun's not dead yet, but All right, so we do see another roast reveal. Slight finally drawing into another Bagon. Not that he necessarily needs it, as he's only got the one Salamence in his deck. Opting to cut the Salamence EX. But this is a very awkward hand. Finally, at least the Mantine and the Salamence with the 3 energy in the discard pile. Slight will have energy attachments, combining the power circulation with the top accelerator. But I think it's going to be a few more turns before we see a knockout from either player. Both off to relatively slow starts, but both, funnily enough, finding their energy acceleration, but no follow-up consistency. Fruits does have the computer search, so it's maybe searching out a supporter on his next turn. Actually opting to evolve the Dratini into the Dragonair. We'll see if this computer search comes down, or whether Fruits is just happy to keep Shadow Charging, or potentially now committing the Dialga. 60 damage, not enough to 2-shot Salamence, so it doesn't feel... Well, I guess it is, because the second strike does 20 more damage if the defending Pokemon has 2 or more damage counters on it. And that Dialga. So the second strike would be a 2-shot on the Salamence. 60 damage plus 80 damage. For all 140 damage. What's Fruits going to find? What supporters could take him out of this situation? Potentially something like a Pont, Professor X's New Theory. Oh, I can see why Fruits is struggling here. So I think Fruits is very reliant on the energy draw Delcatty, which is not in play. His only draw supporters are Milo, Rowan, and Professor X's New Theory, and Felicity's Drawing. It's very slim, so it's going to be difficult to chain them. I don't think the Punt was prized. The Punt was prized. The Felicity's Drawing was prized. So what can Fruits even get? Professor Rowan, but you need another card in your hand. Actually opting for the Dialga G level X. Realizing there's no good supporters to get in this scenario. Not sure if this actually helps. This is a Pokepower, so this doesn't get turned off. This doesn't have 4 energy, so it's just a second strike for... Why is it just... I see. Fruits is going for the Deafen Attack. The Deafen Attack on the base Dialga, which prevents Slight from playing trainers or stadium cards. In this case, that just means items and stadiums, because it is a Gen 4 Pokemon. Items didn't exist then. We had trainers, we had supporters, we had stadiums. We didn't have trainer supporters and trainer stadiums. Right, Slight kicking things off with a roast reveal. I believe Slight stacked that on top with the Mantine and chose not to top accelerator it to ensure that he'd be able to use the Roast Reveal to draw more cards this turn. Now Slight's coming in with the Ninetales, which is just gonna... It's not going to one-shot the Dialga. Thanks to the Metal Energy, unless Slight decides to commit the Expert Belt, which he very well may, especially as Fruits hasn't got a hand. And the Palkia does not have energy. But instead just opting to do 110 damage. Let me bring up the Ninetales, sorry. 60 times 2 minus 10, 110 damage, and is not afraid of either of Fruits' attacks. I don't know, I feel like I wouldn't have minded the Expert Belt commit and just go absolutely crazy. And there's the Kukui. Yeah, I'm not sure how Fruits comes back from this. Unfortunate prizing the Professor X's new theory and not having another draw supporter worth getting with the computer search. We do see Slight go for a dual ball and hit double tails though, so that's unfortunate. But given that Slight can play the game with the Roast Reveal and Fruits has literally nothing, this is going to be a hard one to come back from for Fruits. Right, committing the other bag on. Slight actually retreating. What is Slight going to do here? Potentially going in for a knockout with the bag on. I think going to use the Fire Crystal here to get back energy, and then use the Mantine Salamence combo to power up the bag on to do 30 damage to this Dialga. It's like really valuing having this Roast Reveal on the board for the consistent draw turn after turn, and not wanting it to be knocked out by the Palkia. The downside here is it does give Fruits some time. If Fruits just ends up Skitty or Dragonair, for example, it will take the bag on a while to kill those Pokemon. So Slight may be forced to retreat anyway. Back into another attacker, or he might just be happy taking some time. It's like using... Oh, my untap decided to refresh. It's like using the Versus Seeker to get back the BB search, trying to get that Glaceon online, which is in Slight's hand. You have to imagine if Slight can get into the Glaceon level X, turn off all of Fruits' abilities, even if Fruits gets the energy draw Delcatty and energy, he won't be able to use the energy draw ability. So we do see a Bagon headbutting a Dialga. These are things you only find in cube gameplay. For knockout. We do see the Darkness Energy draw for turn from Fruits, so this is a knockout with the special Darkness Energy, using Dark Engage for Weevil to become a Dark type. And then the special Darkness Energy adding 10 damage. Chip Off as well also will make Slight discard down to 5 cards in hand randomly. Slight's currently got an 8-card hand, so losing 3 cards at random, actually quite brutal here. I wonder if there was a way Slight could have played around that. Oh, sorry, it was the Training Court draw for turn for Fruits to get back the Darkness Energy. So we do see the Kukui and the Expert Belt and the Item Finder, was it? Being ripped out of Slight's hand. Absolutely brutal. There go all of Slight's damage mods. But this Training Court is going to be very beneficial to Slight as well, being able to return Fire Energy turn after turn to power that Roast Reveal. Yeah, I see why Fruits played it. He's got potentially take a prize, find the punt off the prizes to get back into this game. Unfortunately, taking a special darkness energy instead. We do see the training court into Roast Reveal to draw 3 new cards. It's actually going to be difficult for Slight to take a knockout here without those damage mods, the Kukui and the Expert Belt. Likely just going to see a Snow Cloak, while Slight continues to set up potentially the Hippowdon, using the top acceleration with Mantine combo. Now, Mantine does take 10 damage every time power circulation is used. It's got 3 out of 5 damage on it already, so only 1 or 2 more activations. Slight can knock out his own Mantine if he really wants that energy on top. There are some cases where you do it, for example, for that Scramble energy in hand to come online. Just be like, hello, by the way, I've got an extra 3 energy that you weren't expecting. We do see the Snow Cloak from the Glaceon. Flipping heads, meaning the Glaceon cannot take damage on the next turn, so let's see what Fruits gets up to. Likely just retreating, seeing as he can't do any damage. Question is, what do you retreat into? Are there any support mons in Fruits' deck that could get him out of there? It's really just the energy draw Delcatty. It's a shame this Dragonair doesn't have 2 energy on it. Being able to search and invite would be interesting. And we do see Fruits actually coming in with the Pearl Breath, Palkia, 50 damage and 10 to all of Slight's benched Pokemon, which is actually going to take a knockout on the Mantine. This makes it much harder for Slight to use the top accelerator, although he does have time-space distortion in his hand. So potentially we'll be able to flip, and with at least 1 heads can get back the Mantine. We do see the Glaceon level X off the top, which is an interesting draw for Slight. Being able to turn off Fruits' abilities is definitely one way to seal this game. I have to imagine it's worth going for the time-space distortion here. To get the powered up Mantine. Actually, no. Slight choosing to instead retreat and go for Hippowdon level X. I wonder if we'll see a Sand Reset here into a Sand Bazooka potentially even with this Scramble energy. And we do see the Sand Reset come through. All cards in play are being shuffled into their owner's decks. This includes the stadiums, all the energy, any tools that may be in play. And now we do see the time-space distortion. And Slight is flipping 2 heads and a tails, making up for the double tails on the Jewel Ball earlier. And you have to imagine it's the Azelf and the Mantine, I want to say. Yep, coming straight to hand. So Fruits just dealt with this Mantine. It's back. It's ready to get more energy on top to keep accelerating with the Salamence. The awkward part here is as soon as Slight takes a knockout, the Scramble energy will be offline. However, because of the top accelerator and Sand Bazooka, I'd imagine he's going for a Rock Tumble, which is actually 90 damage, which is unfortunately 10 damage off of knocking out the Palkia. Yes, actually powering up the Glaceon on the bench, recognizing that next turn he just needs to attach. Next turn the Scramble will still be live, actually, because Slight will still be behind on prize cards because he's not taking the knockout. So that does make a lot of sense. I believe we see a Roast Reveal drawing into the Luxury Ball. We also see the second Hippowdon come to hand, so getting the Hippopotas off of the Luxury Ball to set up for future Hippowdons. And I know I said this Hippowdon level X doesn't work as well with this Hippowdon, but with Scramble energy it certainly does. Sand Reset, Scramble, plus top acceleration is a very insane way to turn around a game. Fruits drawing the Palkia G level X. This can make people go down to just 3 benched Pokemon each and put the rest in the loss zone, which is actually quite good against Slight's current board state. All of the Pokemon on Slight's bench are playing into his strategy. The Salamence is a bit useless without the Mantine. The Mantine's a bit useless without the Salamence, so Slight actually opting to get rid of the Hippopotas and the Ninetales and keep that energy acceleration around. I think recognizing that having the energy acceleration is more important than the consistency at this point, especially as he's got the energy in hand to continue playing for a few turns before needing to find more attackers. There is another Hippopotas in the deck. I believe Slight is playing 3. Let's have a look. Yep, 3 Hippopotas. And yes, we're going to see probably a Rock Tumble here, or Sambazuka, doesn't matter. And Slight actually rips the Hippopotas off the prize cards. I don't believe he knows what his prize cards are yet, because he hasn't actually played the Azelf. He's just discarded it and recovered it. Alright, Fruits promoting Weavile as usual. Yes, there's not much to be done here. Unfortunately, drawing Skitty off the top. Committing the Darkness Energy to the Weavile. And potentially going for another chip off, trying to discard some valuable resources in Slight's hand. Slight, though, unfortunately for Fruits, is guaranteed the energy attachment next turn thanks to the Mantine Salamence combo. So even if both the energy are ripped out of Slight's hand here, Slight can still attack and take the knockout on Weavile. And then Fruits has got nothing. And Slight's still got a Hippowdon and a Glaceon to deal with. So very awkward start. We do see the Palmer's contribution hitting the discard pile. That can be one of the Raffle cards to lose, and also the Hippopotas. So I believe that's all of Slight's recovery. The Versus Seeker, the Item Finder, the Time Space Distortion, and the Palmers are all gone. So I believe Slight is now out of Hippopotas. There's one in play, one in the Lost Zone, and one in the discard pile, and all the recovery's gone. So there's only one Hippowdon left to get through from Fruits. We do see the Mantine Top Accelerator play. Slight opting to move an energy with the Sand Bazooka attack. You may optionally move an energy attached from Hippowdon to one of your bench. Trying to start power up that Salamence on the bench. Fruits unfortunately top decking the Power Spray, and this looks like game 1 is in the bag for Slight. Aaron's collection off the top, but yes, too little too late, and Fruits has to scoop. I think that it would be a very different game if the Professor X's new theory wasn't prized. Unfortunately, that being the only card you can get off computer search to fix your hand when you don't have any other cards in hand is unfortunate. Yes, this draft is very hard. We've got 8 of the most successful Cube players of the season playing. Slight 3-time Cube League winner this season alone and previous champs winner. It's definitely going to be tough for Fruits to win. And these hippos, they're not playing. They're here to do some hippoing. Alright, looking at the prize cards again, we've got Palkia G prized for Fruits, Twin Energy, nothing too impactful here. Dark Dragonite lines prized. And for Slight, just the Item Finder, Fire Crystal potentially. Nothing crazy prized here though. And I once again need to refresh my page because Untap doesn't move the things to the right place. So it looks like Slight Fruit started first? No? Yes? Didn't do anything. Slight attaching to Eevee, probably going for a call for family. We do have the Luxury Ball in hand, so Slight's doing his first deck check, probably trying to work out what he has prized. You have to imagine, yeah, there's the Vulpix, the Luxury Ball, he knows the Ninetales is in deck, so The Luxury Ball, once again, can get the Ninetales. And the Ninetales will be the consistency Slight needs throughout the rest of the game. Now, this hand's looking a lot more workable for Fruits. Unfortunately, the comp search has to be used to start playing the game. Desperate need of basic Pokemon. And it's very difficult to work out what to discard here, because all these cards are very good. We'll have to see in just a second what Fruits decides to take out of his deck. Again, first search of the deck for Fruits, so likely going to be working out what's in his prize cards. And we might just see the Weavile again. Shadow Charge, use Trevor to get another basic Pokemon, and start powering up. It's the most efficient way for Fruits to get energy in play is this Shadow Charge Weavile, and we do see Weavile come to hand. We do see the Trevor. Are we going to see Dialga or Palkia? Looks like opting to lead with the Dialga again. And this just feels like a mirror of game one, because Slight's got the Ninetales, he's got the Scramble in hand. Even if Fruits gets this Dialga powered up on 10-2, 10-3, Slight's got the answer. Alright. And Slight actually drawing the Glaceon off the top, so if Slight can find his way into a Water Energy, potentially pressuring with Ice Blade, doing 30 damage to any one of Fruits' Pokemon. Could even be the benched Dialga. We do see the Ninetales and likely the Roast Reveal. And there's the Water Energy. Let's see what Slight decides to do. He's got a Shelgon to evolve this Bagon. Bagon? Has not played a support for turn, so Slight might be looking to play down his hand and Professor's Research for 7 new cards. Potentially replacing the Training Court with Stark Mountain as well, although might just opt to keep the Training Court around. Because with the Roast Reveal, it's very, very good for Slight. And Fruits does not have any energy in his discard pile at the moment, so it's not actually benefiting Fruits at all. We do see the research. Getting rid of the Scramble energy will mean the Dialga's harder to answer for Slight, not being able to power up that Will-O-Wisp immediately. But that would only be the case if Slight fell behind on prizes anyway. We do see the Training Court being used after the research, netting that Fire Energy for the following turn. And you have to imagine this is just an Ice Blade on the Dialga for 30. Yes, there it is. Darkness Energy doing a little dance. Unfortunately, the Dragonair top deck for Fruits, so having to Professor Rowan and keep one of these cards, it is the Felicity's drawing that he's keeping. At least guaranteed to have that consistency supporter for the following turn. And we do see a Skitty come to hand with a Pokecom. Unfortunately, no Pokemon to come away for a Delcatty in future turns. It's really what Fruits needs to stay in this game. However, Slight has got Premier Ball in hand, I've just realised. So there's potentially a Glaceon level X on the cards next turn. Now, will Fruits commit the Metal Energy? Without the Metal Energy, Dialga G dies, or sorry, is knocked out by the Glaceon level X, doing 3 for 70. With the Metal Energy, he survives, but it feels kind of wasted. And Fruits actually opting to... oh, this is a lot better for Fruits than I thought. Fruits is Pokecoming away the Skitty to get the Dialga G level X. And Glaceon, although it takes 10 less damage with Frostwind, has a plus 20 weakness to Metal, meaning Remove Lost is actually a knockout on the Glaceon. So we're not going to see the Glaceon level X. Slight does not have a way to power up the Ninetales, unfortunately, discarding the Scramble energy last turn to the Research. Slight promoting the Shelgon with the Floatstone, keeping his options open, knowing he can retreat into any Pokemon on this turn. We do see the dual ball, double heads, complete opposite of last game, which was double tails. I'm sure that's a relief for Slight. I don't think he was expecting to be taking, also with the Dark Engage, from the Weavile. Of course, this Dialga is doing 100 damage with the 2 special Darkness Energy in play. So it's actually 120 minus 10, 110 damage to the Glaceon last. We do see the Mantine, and Slight already got that Ultra Ball in hand to find the Salamence. So Slight's Energy Acceleration engine is online. Can Slight find an attack this turn, or will he need to sacrifice a Pokemon? I'm not sure. I think most of his attackers require 3 energy, unless he brings out a Hippowdon, 2 of which require just 1 or 0 energy. So it's either going to be a Hippowdon or a sacrificial Pokemon. We do see the Karina, so the Karina will be able to find the Hippowdon. You have to imagine it's the sand. What's it called? Let me have a look. Not Sand Bazooka. Save Sand. Didn't realize Hippowdons liked sand so much. We've got the sand cover, which would actually damage the Dialga between turns, and the save sand. Unfortunately, no fighting energy in the discard pile yet, but there is actually an Ultra Ball in hand, so Slight's got that covered. Imagine Ultra Balling away the fighting energy, get the Salamence, and yeah, start powering up the Hippowdon, potentially looking to go for a sand reset in future turns, although I don't think it's needed at the moment, because the Dialga is likely going to be 2-shot by the Hippowdon. Fruits is going to need to find a follow-up attacker. The Dialga is not going to get him far. It's going to do 100 damage to Hippowdon, and then Fruits needs another attacker before it's knocked out. So we're likely going to see the Felicity's drawing on Fruits' turn. Most likely discarding the Dark Dragonite and whatever the top deck is. If we want to keep Piers around, depends on what the top deck is. But yes, here comes the... What just happened? So we've got the Ultra Ball discarding the Fire and Fighting Energy. And this found the Salamence. I'm guessing we'll see the Mantine Delta benched for a Power Circulation into a top acceleration play. And there's the Mantine Delta. This just feels very reminiscent of Game 1, except Bruce has got a bit more of a hand to work with, just no Pokemon this time. Because last time it was all Pokemon and no draw supporters. So we do see the retreat, we do see the promotion of Hippowdon, going for that save sand attack, and can attach the fighting energy before damage is dealt. So this is going to be doing 50 damage, minus 10 from the metal energy, should be 40 damage, plus 10 from the sand cover Pokebody. Remember, in this cube specifically, Dialga G level X's Time Crystal Pokebody isn't active unless Fruits has 3 SP Pokemon in play. So we do see the Felicity's drawing, discarding water and probably the Dragonite. Draw 4, and Fruits desperately needs to see a Palkia here. Unfortunately, it's the wrong Palkia. He needed the basic one, not the level X, and preferably some energy to start powering up. I think Fruits' only Hail Mary here is... I was going to say flipping loads of heads with the Dialga G level X, but I think Slight still gets the knockout even with 3 heads flips. So that's awkward. We may see Fruits try to retreat. There's another option. knowing that he hasn't got a follow-up attacker for next turn. But losing those energy is also kind of getting rid of your own attacker, so yes, this is very rough for Fruits. Feels like facing the final boss in round 1 of Day 2 Champs. Alright, what's Fruits gonna do? What can Fruits do? Do 100 damage? Unfortunately, a 10 damage short. If Fruits had another special dart, that would be it, but I believe he only has... No, he does have 3. Was not able to find the 3rd special dart, which potentially would have turned this game around. Fruits attaching the water energy to Weavile, which is interesting. Weavile not needing water energy for any of its attacks, and also not having a retreat cost. We do see the remove lost come out. For each heads flip, put an energy into the lost zone. So I'd imagine that fighting energy will make its way to the lost zone very soon. Where's the fighting energy? There we go. Fighting energy has been moved to the lost zone. And now it's Slight's turn. And how is Slight going to navigate this? It doesn't feel like a sand reset turn. But Slight, yes, Slight does have 40 damage currently, and then the sand cover would do 10 damage between turns. Although, yeah, the Dialga took 10 between turns from the sand cover coming back into Slight's turn, so save sand is already a knockout. I'm just not sure this Hippowdon level X is needed. I don't know if Slight realizes that double shoot can't hit the active Pokemon, but potentially just doing this for 10 more health so that it's not knocked out by the unknown Q. Yes, because unknown Q for some reason does 1 energy 20, of course only having 30 HP. So yeah, I'd imagine this is literally for the 20 HP so as to not die to hidden power. We do see the time-space distortion, flipping heads and recovering the Glaceon. Immediately evolving that Eevee. It's like going to start powering the Glaceon up, I'd imagine. The Hippowdon's already doing everything it needs to do. Slight does have the Versus Seeker in hand, and I'm looking through his discard piles, the Karina or the Research. I'm not sure either of those are needed right now. Potentially just going to wait by this time. So what just happened? Is going for the Sand Reset. I think... I'm not sure. That seems... Maybe it's literally to shuffle the Training Court back in the deck to try and keep Fruits off of 0 energy. So I can still take the knockout with the safe sand. Perhaps realizing he's not going to go into another Hippo this game, so he'd rather just sand reset now while he can. And again, we have to remember sand reset is only once per game. Because that would be a bit good. Is this the first V-Star power to ever exist? Drawing into the 11th hour tackle, Hippopotas. We'll have to see if this guy ever gets to attack for more than 50 damage today. Cool to see. Expert Belt to Glaceon, Fire Energy to Glaceon. We do see the Mantine Delta Accelerator Salamence facilitating that. And then we have the Safe Sand attack, again accelerating a fighting energy from discard pile. The professor's research discarded it earlier. And Slight moving ahead on prize cards, or is that Slight's first prize? That is Slight's first knockout, but the board state is heavily in favor of Slight. Fruits promoting the unknown Q. We do see the special dark. Special dark? Hang on a minute. Did Fruits have Piers last turn? He did. So in theory, he could have pierced for the special dark last turn and taken the knockout on the Hippowdon when it was 110 HP Hippowdon. I guess Fruits recognizing that he potentially needed more than just that. Oh, but this is a very cheeky play. So the Weavile making the Perugly dark type. The Perugly with the 1 energy 20 chip off attack. Same attack as the Weavile, but for less damage. So Slight again randomly discarding down to 5 cards and crucially taking the knockout on this Hippowdon with a Perugly. Will Slight have an answer? I think he does. Potentially. It's whether he can find the second water energy for the Glaceon level X. Doing 3 for 70 with the Avalanche. The Expert Belt would be 3 for 90, which is Perugly's HP. But needs 2 water energy. There's 1 in discard pile, which we can get with Mantine and Salamence. But there isn't 1 in hand. So how is Slight going to navigate this? It's a Zinnia's Resolve, hoping to get a water energy, drawing 3 cards. And how many water energy in Slight's deck? There are 4. Draws into a fire though, so it can go for a roast reveal with the Ninetales. Desperately trying to find a water energy, but sadly not. So this Perugly will be around for another turn. Slight will still be able to attack with either Icebind or Ice Blade though. And has turned off Fruits' powers, so Unknown Q, can't use Quick. Weavile can't use Dark Engage. And here's the Mantine Top Accelerator combo. Accelerating that water to Glaceon, and we'll see where Slight attaches this turn. Potentially to the Glaceon still to use Icebind. It just feels bad if you then draw a water energy in future turns. But no, opting to go for the Hippowdon, doing 50 damage to the Perugly thanks to the Expert Belt, which makes the Glaceon's attacks do 20 more damage to the opponent's active Pokemon. Fruits, unfortunately, has not got a good hand. Sneasel, water energy, there's no consistency in this hand. No draw supporter, no Pokemon search. And unfortunately, it's just a chip off for 20. Can't even use... Oh, sorry, just for 10, because Glaceon's got the Frost Wind Pokebody, reducing all damage taken to it by 10. Do you see the Lacey up the top? Fruits is not down to 3 prize cards yet, so I have to imagine Slight's holding onto this one. With that Bird Keeper in hand, actually no, Slight choosing to snipe the Unknown Q with the Ice Blade. Not scared of this Perugly at all. And Fruits just drawing a Dragonair. Going for a chip off, 10 more damage, randomly discarding the Hippopotas. Not the Hippopotas, sorry, the Heavy Ball. And yes, this game is looking very over. The Glaceon, Fruits doesn't have an answer to, and even if he did, the Hippowdon's right in the back with the Mantine Salamence. Just working perfectly to keep energy in play turn after turn. And that's unfortunately a Fluffy Berry draw for Fruits, and I have to imagine that's it. If there's a fighting energy in Slight's discard pile, which there is, Slight can get 4 energy on the Hippowdon and go for a Rectumble for game. Alternatively, just yeah, Avalanche with Kukui is 110. Like, yeah. And that is Fruits conceding. So Slight does take his first match, proceeding to 1-0. And we will have to see who Slight is playing against once all the other matches are finished. That was quite quick, so it's probably going to be a bit of a wait. Let's have a look at Slight's deck in a bit more detail, though. And then I'll go through some of the other decks that were drafted, see what everyone else was up to. I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you. Let's have a look at all the decks we've got involved in Champs Cube this time around then. So, let's start with Exalt. What is going on here? So, this is the pile I was talking about. So, this is spread. This is cool. We got the Yanmega with the Sonic Wave, 0 energy 10, 10 to each of their bench. That is spread. We got the Infernape with the Split Bomb, 20 damage to 2 different Pokemon. The jamming Ampharos are going to be very important for Exalt to get this out early. Every time the opponent plays a supporter, you put 1 damage counter on each of their Pokemon. And Cluster Bolt can also spread to the opponent's benched Pokemon with energy on them, provided Exalt discards all their energy cards. Here come the Haunters, no Gengars. I did mention this briefly in the draft. So we've got active Pokemon poisoned and 10 to each of the bench. And then we've just got 2 damage counters on each of the opponent's Pokemon that have damage counters. So I did mention you can play the Haunter without the Gengar. Here he is. He's going to spread. We've got Uxie LA, one of the best setup Pokemon in the game. With the setup Pokepower, draw cards until you have 7 in your hand. Stunfisk, I absolutely love this Pokemon. I mean, this card, not the Pokemon, this card, Muddy Water. This is, what's it called? Buzzwole GX, but baby form, the Muddy Water, 2020, very good. 2 Spiritombs for early item lock and trying to get into that Ampharos as soon as possible. And then Dialga just as an efficient attacker. More item lock and second strike. Also, this Ghastly has item lock, which is funny. It's like the Budu in standard right now. Unfortunately, though, no recovery, yes problem. Exalt is right. There is literally no recovery in this deck. So once these attackers are knocked out, they're gone, which is problematic in a deck that wants to spread a lot. So we've got 1, 2, 3, like 3 spread attackers, maybe, and none of them can be brought back. If this Haunter could be chained for 2 or 3 turns in a row, this might be viable, but so really all comes down to the TM Devolution Spray, trying to take multiple prize cards in one turn once the spread's been set up. But we'll see. Maybe it can take some wins. It's got POW, it's got Counter Catcher, Team Flagrant. It can potentially do some nasty things, trapping something in the active and spreading across multiple turns. So thank you, Exalt. Let's have a look at Kaleido Phoenix. So interestingly, we've got 2 players with Uxie as their deck image. Another Yanmega line. Here's the Bright Look Ninetales. When you evolve it, Gust, very strong. And we do see AMU. So we've got the 2 Mesprit, level X, the 1 Uxie and the 1 Azelf. And this makes sense because you only need 1 Uxie and 1 Azelf in play. The Mesprit is the attacker with that insane Supreme Blast, 2 Psychic Energy, 200 damage. But only if you have Uxie level X and Azelf in play. But you do have to discard all the energy on Mesprit. So is there a way to give this guy free retreat or to power him up more consistently? Let's have a look. So we've got Moonlight Stadium, gives Psychic and Dark Pokemon free retreat. So that's one way to get out. There's also Jet Energy, another good way to get out the active. And this has been paired with a Dusknoir line, which I'm not sure about. Maybe. This one's great for consistency. Damage even is insane, so I really like this one. But the other 2 are kind of more spready. So Spirit Pulse, 1 damage counter on each of your opponent's Pokemon that have energy between turns. The problem is, like, Mesprit's already doing 200, so unless you're actually killing them with the Dusknoir, with the Yanmega, like, the spread's not helping the Mesprit at all. We've got one of the coolest Pokemon cards ever printed. When it's knocked out, it becomes a Stadium. And between turns, it puts 1 damage on each of the opponent's Pokemon between turns. This is why you need Stadiums in this cube. And whose deck is this? Kaleido Phoenix. They do have Super Rod. They can get it back. So potentially it's just Dusknoir level X. If they bounce the Stadium, recover the Dusknoir level X. Wait for it to die again. And yeah, just try and keep that in play. And potentially with this lockup Azelf as well. Time Walk's insane, but preventing the opponent from retreating while you've just got Dusknoir level X in play and spreading damage to their entire board can be incredibly strong. So yes, I definitely like... I'm not sure about the spread and Mesprit level X synergy. It would have been good to see like the Dust Noir level X in Exalt's deck, potentially, but I can see this working out. So it seems strong. Being able to just do 200 for 2 energy is very strong. Gives you a lot of tempo, and there is recovery, there is consistency. The deck's got what it needs to perform. Let's have a look at Jules's deck. So we've got the Mew Gengar Prime. Trying to Lost World people. If this player's opponent has 6 or more Pokemon in the Lost Zone, the player may choose to win the game. So the problem with this is when your opponent sees you're playing Gengar Prime, which they will know because it's open deck list, they're just going to make sure they don't have any Pokemon in their hand. So it's really hard to get things into the Lost Zone with Hurl into Darkness. Now there is the Curse Drop attack, which is another way to get Pokemon in the Lost Zone, actually taking knockouts. Because with Catastrophe, if any of your opponent's Pokemon would be knocked out, put that Pokemon in the Lost Zone instead of discarding it. The issue is you've got to get to the Gengar, and we've got a 2-1-3 Gengar line with 1 rare candy, so that's a bit awkward. The Mew can, it can copy Curse Drop, but they won't be put in the Lost Zone because Mew doesn't have the Catastrophe Pokebody. So Mew can copy Hurl into Darkness, just another quick way to get attacking with that. Or there's also this Jumpler with Mass Attack, which is a lot of damage to be fair, potentially 120 damage for just 1 energy, and we can see Jules has put 3 Grass Energy and a Rainbow in the deck to try and facilitate that attack. But yeah, it just seems very fragile. I'm not sure this Lost World's ever going to work, unless there are things like Surprise Box added to the cube, being able to forcibly add Pokemon back to the opponent's hand. Potentially what this deck needs is, cards like N that shuffle both players' hands back into the deck, or what's the other one? Team Galactic's Wager, where you rock, paper, scissors or something. And someone has to shuffle back in, because the opponent's going to try and end their turn with no Pokemon in their hand, and you're going to cry. All right. Beacon is Grass by Mysterious Player, one of our day 2 invites. We've got Vileplume, so we do have some item lock going on, and we've got the infamous triple stage 2 deck, but I like it this time. So we've got Flower Tornado, 2 energy 60, and you can move your Grass Energy around, which is really strong. We've got the item lock. There's Celebi Prime, and we do have a Float Stone to facilitate that. No other tools, unfortunately, for giving it free retreat, but while in the active, you can attach additional Grass Energy from your hand to one of your Pokemon each turn, which is really good. Toolin and Vulpix, so tons of consistency in terms of setup Pokemon. We've got the Conductivity Ampharos for a bit of spread. The Heart Gold Soul Silver Ampharos, just an efficient attacker and great for accelerating energy into play. And we do have another spread Dusk Noir, so that's interesting. I'm just going to take a look at the standings to... Where are we? We're here. Who is winning these games? So Kaleido's 1, Slights 1. Still got 2 games in progress, so we're doing okay. Bit light on supporters, considering it's an item lock deck. But I guess you choose when the item lock comes into play, so this number of items is likely just to get to the item lock as quickly as possible. Overall, I'm not sure. I feel like the damage cap of this deck caps out at 80. And while the guys have a lot of health, I'm not sure 80 damage is enough. But perhaps with item lock and the amount of health these guys actually have, maybe it's enough to get there. Be interesting to see one of Mysterious Player's games and how this deck plays out. Alright. This is Lida. I hate Cessation Crystal decks. and we've got a Cessation Crystal deck. So that's cool. We've got another Sand Reset. So Slide almost picked this Hippowdon in the draft. Lida's actually playing it with the remaining Hippowdon. We've got a thick Honchkrow line, which is cool to see, and this level X can recur the Cessation Crystal, so this is really trying to lock down powers. Tyranitar Prime can do insane damage, 4 for 120. I do believe this is a 2-prizer in this cube. Absol, Chatot, Sableye. What is Sableye getting back? I guess like Elm, Power Hand Extension, Retrieve it. Yeah, that's fine. Marnie, great to see. Raihan, very strong supporter lineup in this deck. Marnie is dumb. I don't like Marnie in cube, but it's fine. Bodybuilding dumbbells as well. Make this Honchkrow 150 HP. Just unfortunately no special dark. They all went to fruits. That would really help this Honchkrow hit some key breakpoints. Just capping out at 60 with the Darkness Wing makes it much less reliable. And this Riot Honchkrow, haven't got that many basic Pokemon. Like often this will be paired with some basic attackers, just so that Riot's always doing a lot of damage. You're quite reliant on your opponent having some basic Pokemon in play for this to go off. But yeah, seems okay. We had a look at fruits, but we'll just have a look again. Yes, we never saw the Dark Dragonite hit the board, sadly. The 2-2-1 line just felt like it was glued to Fruits' hand. Just a bit unfortunate. Definitely lacking in the draw supporters is the problem. Just the Rowan, the New Theory, Felicity, and the Milo. And a bit light on... the Ball Search is okay. Ball Search is fine. It's just the draw support. Never able to establish that energy draw Delcatty as well. It's really unfortunate. Even with 16 energy, so it's well enabled and power circulation, but just can't find it. The only thing that finds it is Ultra Ball, Pokecom, and Comp Search, and 2 Trevor Light. Yeah. There were opportunities, but we've seen Slight's deck, and let's look at Zach's deck with Nighttime. Looks like we've got a Dragonite. We do have a Dragonite, a 2-2-2 Dragonite, so completely split with fruits, but the Dragonite line's weird in this deck, because one of them is like the Dark Dragonite the fruits had. This Dragonite Delta's actually lightning acceleration. On a stage 2, once per turn, attach lightning energy from discard pile to one of your bench, which is really strong. And this Dragonite gives your Pokemon free retreat, which I don't know is worth playing. I guess Metagross are all chunky, so it lets the deck be very flexible. We do see the Delta Metagross, which is a classic pairing with the Dragonite Delta in the Ruby Sapphire era. I do question whether this can hold up at this power level, though. That being said, there's also the... This is a thick Metagross line. What is this? 4-3-4 with 1 rare candy. Got the Magnetic Reversal for some gust. And maybe this is the star attacker with the Powerful Spark, 40 plus 10 for each energy attached to all your Pokemon. With the Dragonite, with the Metagross, there's going to be a lot of energy in play. What's this? 15 energy? Can do a lot of damage. And we do see the backup Porygon 2. The supporter lineup is a bit light. This is 10 supporters. That might be an issue. There is the backup P2. 10 supporters is quite light. You really need them in there so you can see them on the early turns. Make sure you can get set up, get to this Porygon 2. And in terms of ways to find this Porygon 2, there's the Evo Incense. What else is that? Is that it? It's the Evo Incense. There's one card in the deck that finds Porygon 2, so that's also a bit rough. So I like the concept. I like the Metagross Dragonite thing, the throwback with the Lantern Prime. I'm just sketch on the consistency. All right, well, we'll be back with the round 2 soon. Yeah, stay tuned.
One at least.
We'll be underway with round 2 very shortly. Alright, we're just getting started with round 2 here. We've got Kaleido Phoenix versus Zac. So I believe that's the Dragonite Metagross deck. And what was Kaleido Phoenix playing? Guess we'll find out. Right. Ah, yes, the Azov Uxie Mesprit deck with the Dusknoir line, of course, of course. Alright, just refreshing here so that Untap puts everything in the right places. Let me bring up their decks on this. What is it? It's the Kaleido Phoenix and Zac. Alright, so Zac kicking things off with a Nest Ball. As usual, first search of the game. It's going to be trying to figure out what its prices are. Beldum to start. This Beldum does have the Call for Family attack to search for 2 basic Pokemon. But it is current standard rules, so no attacking on the first turn of the game. Zac unfortunately does not have a follow-up supporter, so that's a bit clunky. Should we check Zac's list and see if there's any setup mons that can help? There's unfortunately not. No, like Chatot or anything that draws cards. But does have that Porygon, so if we can find the Porygon too, Zac should be fine. Kaleido dropping the Mesprit, also with a bit of an awkward hand, but does have the Cynthia to shuffle in, draw a new hand of 6. I imagine Kaleido's just debating whether to commit the Psychic Energy before or after Cynthia. Mesprits. Okay, so actually attaching to the Vulpix. Likely because the Mesprit level X can be quite hard to get online. You do need the Azelf and the Uxie level X. Speak of which, we've got the basic forms for them out right now. So that Downer material ability is actually online already. we do have Azelf, Uxie, and Mesprit in play, so the cost of each of Zach's basic Pokemon's attacks is a colorless more. Vulpix coming in with a Scratch, hitting for weakness on the Beldum, taking 2 damage. Exact Hand is awkward. I believe he can't actually use the Corporate Family. I may be wrong though. Alright, well, we're back to Kaleido's turn. Top decks the Yanmega, and immediately retreating into Uxie with the memory skip attack. This is actually quite a strong attacking Uxie. 1 for 30, and the opponent, you can choose an attack the opponent's active has, and they can't use it next turn. But more importantly, with the level X, this is some consistency for Kaleido Phoenix. Being able to look at the top 2 cards of your deck, choose one, put in your hand, and put the other card to the bottom. It's Airmail Pidgeotto. So is finding the Sonia off of that, allowing Kaleido to get either 2 basic Pokemon or 2 basic energy. It is a worse Rizan's Research. Why can't you just give us back Rizan's Research Pokemon? Why have we got to have this? But it's fine. I believe this is Kaleido's first search, so please some prize checking. And is opting for basic energy. Potentially going to power up this Uxie. Trying to get to that Zen Blade attack to do 60 damage. This Beldum is weak to grass. Some Beldums are weak to, resistant to grass. Some are resistant to psychic. This one, unfortunately, is not. So we are going to see a memory skip here, coming in for 30, and I'm going to guess saying Call for Family. So Zach can't use Call for Family, but it might be around. We'll see what happens. We do see the lightning energy being committed to the Chinchou. With that Lantern in Zach's hand, will have an attacker powered up next to the EXP share the following turn. So Powerful Spark is going to be doing 70 damage. We do see a Misty's Wrath off the top for Kaleido Phoenix. Firing that one straight away. Look at the top 7, take 2 and discard the rest. A very aggressive card. Great for digging deeper into your deck, but you are discarding 5 cards. It's very resource costly. And particularly in lower power cubes where the resource game matters a lot, actually quite painful to use. I think at this power level, it's pretty good. It's like Hapu, but better. It's an item. So let's see what Kaleido Phoenix takes here. And also see what he discards. Interesting sequencing decision though. Like, do you go for the trade-off first, or do you go for the Wrath first? It's that whole, do you Colrose first or flower picking first? And the answer is always to Colrose first. So I guess by similar logic, you always Wrath first. And let's see what's getting discarded here. We've got 1 Mesprit gone, Erica, Cast Form Dusknoir, and a Psychic Energy. Interesting. So, notably, the Beldum's only got 20 health left, so the memory skip is enough for Kaleido to take the knockout without having to commit for the Zenblade, which is great. Also, interestingly, the Lantern's only got 1 attack, Powerful Spark, so if the Uxie can stay around, the memory skip can prevent the Powerful Spark from being used, and we do see a Ninetales Bright Look being taken to the hand from Kaleido Phoenix. I wouldn't be surprised to see that right now. Evolve that Vulpix, bring up the Lantern, and memory skip. Then Zach won't be able to use the Powerful Spark. As the EXP shares already on the Lantern, the Air Balloon in hand won't be usable. But actually, looks like Kaleido might be going for a Yanmega. So I think we do see the Lantern come up. The Yanmega with the Insight Pokebody. If you have the same number of cards in your hand as your opponent, the attacks of each of Yanmega's attacks is 0. So actually not sniping, just doing 70 damage to this lantern. Zach's not got a good way to retreat it. Even if he does, the Yanmega's got linear attack to snipe 40 damage, which is enough to knock out the lantern. Yeah, this Yanmega is definitely really, really bad for Zach. But more importantly, with that Ninetales, bringing it up when it's just not ready to be in the active yet. I do wonder if Zach potentially should have held the lantern in hand. But then I guess the Chinchou would have just been knocked out, so that wouldn't work either. So yeah, Zach just passing. A really, really bad draw from Zach. Not drawing any consistency supporters. Meanwhile, Kaleido really being this. He's only in this game thanks to the Uxie level X. These trade-offs have been brilliant. Getting to that Misty's Wrath and the Sonia. We do see it, Hospitality off the top. Now, the awkward thing is Kaleido needs the same number of cards in his hand as Zach. So, can he play down to a 3-card hand? We might just see a Super Rod committed here. It might be an energy attachment, a Super Rod, and that will be down to 3 cards. Oh, no, we're actually seeing a retreat. Potentially back into the Uxie. Maybe Zenblade will be the knockout. In which case, we could have gone for an Erika's Hospitality first, just to see what your options are if you're not committing to having the same number of cards in hand. I'm not sure what Kaleido's up to here. Right, we do see the Uxie level X. And we see the knockout. Did Kaleido play a supporter for turn? No. Perhaps just wanting to keep the hand size low to go back into Yanmega as and when needed. So we do see the Ordinary Rod come out from Zach, immediately shuffling in the Chinchou into the deck, and we see the Beldam's Call for Family, getting back the Chinchou, getting back the Beldam. So this Uxie can't use Zenblade this turn, but it will still be able to use the Memory Skip attack. Level X Pokemon can use the attacks, Pokepowers, and Pokebodies of their previous level. And yes, this is not looking good for Zach at all. Desperately needs a supporter off the top. It's not how you want your game to go. What do we see? We see a trade-off, picking up that double gas to hand. And I'm guessing just going to be a memory skip for knockout. There it is. Beldam is knocked out. The Dratini is promoted. It's an Artisan off the top. Unfortunately, just another way to get more basic Pokemon in play. That's all Zach has had this game. It's basic Pokemon. What does this Dratini do? Nothing. Okay. I believe, so the Artisan was played, another Beldam was taken out the deck. Unfortunately for Zach, there's no Pokemon in play that can survive this Uxie level X. Just 2 for 60 is too much. Actually, I take that back. There is a Beldam. Where's the Beldam? No, we're just going to game 2. I was going to say, this Beldam with the -20 psychic resistance would survive an attack. And Kaleido would have to find a way to attack with Yanmega again. But yeah, that is an unfortunate game for Zach. Moving on to game 2. And it appears Zach does have a mulligan. I'm not sure who's going first this game. Kaleido appears to have prized part of his Dusk Noir line, but still got the other Dusk Noir in hand. Is that 2 mulligans from Zach? Right, looks like we are off. Just going to refresh so they end up in the right spot. Finding an Uxie. Right, so yeah, very strong start for Kaleido. Uxie, Duskull, Vulpix, all down, and energy on the Mesprit. Zach has got a slightly better hand than last game. At least there's a draw spotter, which we did not see any last game. So we've got the Nest Ball coming down, doing a price check. Immediately getting a Beldum. There's a Metang in hand, so we'll finally be able to evolve something. That wasn't the lantern. Actually, the Speed Lightning Energy onto the Delta Beldum. Now that's a cool interaction that I've never seen. In the Ruby Sapphire era, the Delta species Pokemon have different types. In this case, we've got the Lightning Beldum, so the Speed Lightning Energy actually drawing 2 cards. And finding a Professor Elm's Lecture off the top, very good for Zach, to get probably 3 more basic Pokemon into play, along with the Porygon in hand. That's going to be a full bench. And the Janine most likely will be used next turn to try and find some evolution Pokemon. So we've got another Beldum, a Dratini. What will the third Pokemon be for Zach? Another Beldum, triple Beldum. This Mesprit in the active, though, is actually very painful. I've just read it now. With the Mind Splash attack, if Uxie is on your bench, this attack does 50 more damage. So this is 2 energy 70, and right off the top we have Azelf with the Time Walk ability, allowing Kaleido to look at his prize cards and swap a card from his hand with one of the Pokemon there. And that's Azelf, Uxie, and Mesprit in play, so if you have Mesprit and Azelf in play, apply weakness and resistance. No, weakness for each Pokemon, both yours and your opponent's. It's ×4 instead. With the Secret Territory ability. So everything's got ×4 weakness now, which is interesting. I don't know if that will come up. There is some weakness in this matchup, but we will see. Evolving to Dusclops. I believe that's the Dusclops that was taken up to prize cards. Yeah. Attaching to Mesprit. Also, we're using Sonia for energy. Kaleido playing it very safe, refusing to Cynthia and Miss Energy. Instead, just playing it safe, getting the energy with the Sonia. I guess the other thing is the Dusk Noir's in hand, so that's a guaranteed evolution next turn. Taking the knockout out with the the Mind Splash attack of the Mesprit, and that is the first prize card of the game. Very aggressive start from Kaleido Phoenix once again. Will it be enough to slow Zach down? Can Zach get to a stage 2 this game? And we do see an evolution incense off the top, and Rare Candy's in hand. That's potentially Metagross. The question is, which Metagross? Let's have a look. It might be this one. From Deoxys. With the Link Blast attack, that would be a knockout on the Mesprit. I'm just trying to see, are there any other Metagrosses that... Oh, yes, of course, the Delta species Metagross, just by discarding 2 energy, would be able to take a knockout on the Mesprit as well. So it looks like Zach is going for the Delta Metagross. Of course, this one also with the Delta control ability. Look at the top 4, take a card and put it in your hand. The rest at the bottom. Very good. I'm just glad we actually have a game this game. So I'd imagine Zach is going for the Delta control now, looking at the top 4. Taking a Matang to hand. 3 cards to the bottom. And with those 2 Matang and 2 Beldam in play, this is looking very good for future turns. This might even be a Giovanni's to draw 4 cards. It could be evolve both Matang, attach the metal, and then Giovanni's for the draw. That way you've still got the Janine around for next turn. We'll see. We'll see how Zach plays it. I feel like Giovanni's draw 4 might be all you need, because you don't need the 20 extra damage that much in this matchup. The Mesprits, the Azovs, the Uxies, they don't have that much health. No, actually is opting for the plus 20 damage, meaning that Crush and Burn doesn't need to discard 2 energy. So yeah, this makes a lot of sense as well. This way the Metagross can still attack next turn. And Zach, evening up the price count, 5 prizes each. We've got the Shadow Command Dusknoir coming through. Notably, this one's got the Night Spin attack, which is potentially very good against this Crush and Burn Metagross. Can't be damaged by your opponent's Pokemon that have 2 or less energy. So you'd have to get to 3 energy with Crush and Burn. That is if Kaleido can get the energy to actually attack with Night Spin. We do see the Cynthia. There's the Ninetales, which won the game for Kaleido last game. But I don't think Kaleido is going to be able to get an attack off this turn. Be interesting to see what he powers up. So attaching to the Dusknoir, then using the Shadow Command. Draw 2 cards. If you have 7 or more in your hand, discard until you have 6. So being forced to discard the Dusclops there to go down to 6 cards. But does find a Mesprit off the top. Meaning each of Kaleido's Pokemon no longer have weakness. You've got Uxie and Azov in play. And yes, the Dusknoir takes 2 damage from using Shadow Command. But just passing the turn. So this is... Oh, that's a brilliant draw from Zach, though. The Lily off the top. Again, getting to keep the Janine in hand. Actually choosing not to evolve the Metagross. I think value is going into the Link Blast Metagross rather than this Metagross, the Metal Juncture. Drawing 1 less card. We do see the Magnetic Reversal Metagross. Flip a coin of heads, Gust. This card's going to decide some things this game. Potentially if Zach can take a knockout on the Dusknoir before it gets too many damage counters on itself for its damage even attack. Or even just picking off things like the Vulpix to prevent Kaleido from having that gusting option in the future. We do see a heads. I have to imagine that's from the Magnetic Reversal. And what is Zach's target? It is the Vulpix. Scared of that gust, wants to keep the Metagross on the bench. And importantly, the Vulpix only has 50 health, so only 1 energy needs to be discarded from the Crush and Burn. Again, choosing to discard that metal energy for a knockout. So Zach, with the lead in prize cards in Game 2. Lido promoting Mesprit. Is finding a Pokecom off the top. I wonder if they regret putting Uxie in the active, because that could have found them Uxie level X. Potentially start drawing some more cards to get further through that deck. We'll see. So the Ninetales is going back in. Heads up play from Zach to knock out that Vulpix. And what is Kaleido going to get? What does Kaleido have? What's this Mug doing here? Oh, the Ditto. I see. Okay. So actually opting for the Dusknoir level X with the Ectoplasm Pokepower. It's knocked out by damage from your opponent's attack, becomes a Stadium, and damages Zach's Pokemon between turns. Going for the Shadow Command, draw 2 cards, take 2 damage counters into an Erica, draw 3 cards, but Zach may also draw 3 cards. And choosing to do so finds the Porygon 2. I'm sure Zach's happy to see that. Got Nest Ball from Kaleido to bring out yet another Mesprit. As long as you've got Uxie, Azelf, and Mesprit in play, they all have a retreat cost of 0, so this is great for Kaleido. And we do see a Sage's Training. Look at the top 5, choose 2, discard the rest. What is Kaleido digging for? Of course, Kaleido needs Azelf, Uxie, and Mesprit in play to attack with the Supreme Blast attack of Mesprit level X. Zach, with the Magnetic Reversal Metagross, potentially can just go after the Azelf or the Uxie level X when it comes out, and then the Mesprit level X's are a bit useless. I think the Dusknoirs are going to have to do some heavy lifting in this game. Unfortunately for Kaleido, one of them is prized, but he does know which prize it is, thanks to Azelf. So we see the Dusknoir being promoted, leveled up into the level X, and this is going to be a damage even. Unfortunately, don't have the energy for Night Spin. The damage even lets Kaleido place damage counters, 4 in this case, onto any one of Zach's Pokemon. So where are these 4 damage counters going? They are going onto the Magnetic Reversal Metagross. We do see the other Metagross being drawn from Zach off the top, with the Super Connectivity. A great way of accelerating Psychic or Metal Energy into play. So this actually is going to increase Zach's damage potential to 90, I want to say. Attach from hand, attach with the Super Connectivity, that's 3. Discard 3 energy, 60 plus 30 and 90, which is 10 damage off, taking a knockout on the Dusknoir level X. It's a bit awkward. Especially as then the damage even would do 130 damage. We do see Janine coming out. Top 4, take 2 of them. Taking a Dark Dragonair and a Super Boost energy. Super Boost. Super Boost is interesting here because the Metagross Delta discards energy cards, but it only does 20 more damage for each energy card you discarded. So although Super Boost will count as 4 energy, it's still only 1 card being discarded. So it's not going to increase Crush and Burn's damage by 80, like you might think it would. Just one of those weird old wording rulings that exist. I wonder if Zach just goes for another reversal. Not wanting to attack into this Dusknoir yet. The Dusknoir can't knock out the Metagross next turn. And by not attacking it, with Shadow Command, Kaleido can only get to 6 damage on the Dusknoir with Shadow Command, which is not enough to knock out the Magnetic Reversal Metagross. So let's see what Zach decides to do. I believe that flip was the Magnetic Reversal, which sucks for Kaleido, and we'll see what Kaleido promotes. I mean, see what Zach chooses Kaleido to promote. So actually going after the Uxie, I guess not wanting that 4 times weakness to be in play, and also denying the possibility of Kaleido drawing the Uxie level X for consistency. We are going to see another Crush and Burn here, of course taking 10 damage from the Super Connectivity of the other Metagross, but it is enough to take a knockout on the Uxie, so Zach actually down to just 3 prize cards remaining. Kaleido still needs 5. And yeah, this magnetic reversal Metagross is doing absolute wonders. Kaleido promoting the Azelf. This does not look good. There is a double gust. Unfortunately, Kaleido does not have free retreat anymore, as the Uxie is being taken out of play. The upper material requires Uxie Azelf and, of course, the Mesprit itself to be in play. Oh, so this must be Shadow Command? There's the Uxie level X, so Zach again. Heads up play, taking out the Uxie. No Uxie level X for Kaleido, so can't dig any deeper in the deck. And that's now 6 damage counters on Dusknoir. It's energy acceleration from Zach as well. It means the Night Spin attack of Dusknoir is no longer a threat, as Zach can easily get to 3 energy on the Metagross. So we do see the Dusknoir being promoted. Damage even does 60 damage. What's Kaleido going to go after? And it is actually the Porygon 2. Kaleido chasing prize cards here, rather than trying to pressure Zach's attackers. I'm going to check Kaleido's list. If they have hand disruption, this makes sense. Not. Well, they do have a Rockets admin. So this is potentially a play for Rockets admin. I'm not sure. I might untap. Just refresh. Yes, if the Porygon 2 can be taken out, and Kaleido can find Rockets admin. And potentially, Zach could be in a rough spot. Of course, if Zach takes the knockout with onto the Dusknoir level X, Ectoplasm is going to activate, and the Porygon 2 will be knocked out between turns. So, and I guess because Kaleido knows his prize cards, he's desperate to get that Erika's Hospitality out of the prize cards, thanks to the Legend Awaken Azelf. So yes, this makes a lot of sense. It's just Zach. Zach's hand is out of control, and actually I'm just now noticing the Cessation Crystal in Zach's hand. I'm not sure we'll see it hit the board, but it would stop the Ectoplasm from Dusknoir level X from happening. We do see the Delta Charge Dragonite hit the field, and this is not looking good for Kaleido. We've got the Metagross Delta with the Deoxys Metagross, with the Dragonite Delta, like so much energy acceleration. And yes, with that Cessation Crystal, the Ectoplasm has been denied. Kaleido unable to take that prize card, unable to take the Erikas to try and get back into this game. It's looking like a game 3. I'm not gonna lie. 2 prizes to 5. Zach's got 4 stage 2s in play. Now, the Cessation Crystal does turn off Zach's abilities while the Metagross is in the active, so potentially Kaleido has a bit of time. I'm not sure Zach has a way to turn it off. Does he have any switch cards? So of course, Cessation's only active while it's in the active position. I'm not seeing any switches. I'm not seeing any field. Oh, he does have a Tool Scrapper. So potentially, if he finds his own Tool Scrapper, he can scrap his own Cessation Crystal to start using Pokepowers again. We do see the Super Rod from Kaleido, choosing to shuffle in the Ninetales line in the Bright Look. Multi-Energy from hand coming down onto the Mesprit. And I'm not sure what Kaleido can do here. Question is what can Zach do? The Cessation Crystal is actually brutal against Zach's own deck. I can see why he didn't want the Ectoplasm coming into play. Do you see a Lightning Energy? And is this just going to be a pass? See the EXP share? And a pass. But Kaleido still just has nothing. Psychic Energy off the top. It's just feels like it's inevitable at this point. Where's the Psychic Energy going to go? Mesbrit? Yeah. But with no Uxie on the bench, this Mesbrit only does 20 damage, so that's a bit rough. We do have a Rainbow Energy in hand, so Zach is able to attack this turn. But to discard 2 energy just to kill an Azoth doesn't feel great. I think Zach desperately wants his Cessation Crystal to go just to clean up this game, but yeah, that's a Vulpix off the top for Kaleido. Here comes another Mesprit level X. Cannot use Supreme Blast because there's no Uxie level X, and also an Azoth level X in play is required. Kaleido actually with the Field Blower in hand, but not wanting to discard the Cessation Crystal, as that would then be allowed to play the game. And it's just a 20 damage Mind Splash. So Zach drawing Dragonite off the top, attaching to Metagross, and just passing. This is going to be a fun back and forth, I think. Kaleidoscope drawing Fire Energy. Where's that going? What's the Fire Energy even for? I guess to attack with Ninetales. Yes. That Hexed Flame. And it does go onto the Vulpix. Zach draws Beldum. Does draw a super. Oh, yeah, of course, the Super Boost. Super Boost to retreat, promote the Metagross, Super Connectivity, and because they have the same amount of energy, that's 70 damage, times 2 weakness on the Mesprit level X, and I believe that's game. That is game. So we're tied 1 apiece here. Yeah, some really, really clutch flips on the Magnetic Reversal from Zach. Heads up play with the Cessation Crystal, trying to see that Kaleido wanted that prize card to unbreak his hand. Let's see who wins game 3. All right, who is starting this game? Kaleido is starting. Not the best going first hand. It's just an attach and a pass. Does have the Roseanne's Research for next turn. But Zach with the Professor Oak setup, one of the best cards Zach can start with. Search your deck for 3 basic Pokemon of different types and put them onto your bench. And notably again with the Beldum Delta, and there's also Psychic Beldums, potentially could get 3 different Beldums here, but no, getting the Dratini, you have to imagine, depending on prize cards, may try and get the Porygon here. Actually, the Dratini's colorless, so can't get the Porygon. Might just be 2 Beldums along with the Dratini. Oh, the Chinchou. That makes sense as well. Lantern's a very good attacker. We do have the... What's going on here? I missed something? Ah, the metal chain. No? Ah, yes, the metal chain got the Delta Builder. Yes, that makes sense. Right, so the Oak setup got the colorless metal and lightning Pokemon, and the metal chain on the active Beldum searched for another Beldum. Zach does have the Dark Dragonair in his hand. It's got very useful Poke Power, but only when in the active position. Unfortunately, that Beldum's got 2 retreats, so it's no easy task. But there is a Castaway in Zach's hand, and there is an Air Balloon in his deck, so potentially might go for the Dark Dragonair next turn. Just trying to piece together all these meta growths. This deck is... It's like, you need all the pieces for it to work, but when you've got all the pieces, it's so strong and so synergistic. Right, so we've got the Mesprit level X coming out. We've got the Dusclops, and the Roseanne's Research was played. But that's it. No pressure this game from Kaleido, unfortunately. And we do see the Castaway. Let's see if it is going to be a Air Balloon. I guess, does Zach want the Dark Dragonair in the active? Here's the question. So getting a supporter, a tool, and a basic energy. There's the Air Balloon. What supporter will Zach take? Thinking hard about this one. Potentially a Juniper. Although, with the Felicities in hand, that feels weird. They're going for the scheme, valuing that plus 20 damage option in the future, and that is a very pixelated image. I apologize. Will we see the retreat into the Dark Dragonair? Lightning Energy to Beldum? No, actually just going for a hard retreat. I guess the thing with Zach's deck is the Dragonite Delta and the Super Connectivity Metagross actually want Metal and Lightning Energy in the discard pile. So it's not wasted. And this way, Zach's still got the Air Balloon in play, potentially to attach to the Dark Dragonair, which is a great pivot option. And being able to use the Evolutionary Light this turn and next turn, and potentially get into some attackers. We do see the Metagross being searched off of the Evolutionary Light. And yeah, Zach is looking to get busy next turn. Kaleido with an Erica off the top, opting to draw 3. Let's find the Azelf and the Mesprit. And with Dusknoir in hand, potentially able to start putting some pressure on soon. I say just training. The top 5. Keep 2 of them. Discard the rest. It's an Azelf level X. It's just so difficult to get all 3 of them into play, especially when you don't have many switch cards. Of course, level X Pokemon can only level up in the active position. Do you see the Mesprit being benched? Yes, and this is giving free retreat to all the Azel, Uxie, and Mesprit. The only problem is Kaleido's got no follow-up for next turn, actually discarding Misty's Wrath and Morty's Conviction. But where's the consistency supporter for next turn? I'm not sure. I don't know how this is going to play out. Mating the Azelf level X just to level up. Attaching to Dusknoir. Kaleido's going to need some heavy lifting from this Dusknoir to get back in this game. And it's just not there. There's no follow-up to this. Zach coming in with a Felicity's Drawing, discarding another energy to the discard pile and a Dragonair. And it's all starting to come together for Zach now. The Metagross Delta coming into play, with the Delta control ability, able to look at the top 4 cards and take one. An excellent consistency piece. And here's the Super Boost energy yet again. No Rare Candy in this hand though, and no Metang, so the second Metagross is a while away. I have to imagine that's what Zach's looking for. There's the Metang, of course, being searched off the Evolutionary Light from the Dark Dragonair. Putting in insane value. And the Team Rocket returns. That's going to be 2 Metagross in play next turn. And what does this Dusknoir do? It does 60 damage, plus 1 damage to each of the opponent's Pokemon that have energy attached. Which, importantly, is not actually enough to knock out the Dark Dragonair. So Zach might be happy to just sit here for another turn. Tank for 60, as long as he doesn't attach to Dark Dragonair, it's not going to be knocked out. And hopefully find the Dragonite before it is. So yes, just sitting there. Psychic Energy off the top for Kaleido. That is not going to help this hand. Still not sure about not taking the Morties or the Misties off of the Sage's training. Can't remember exactly what Kaleido took, but this is going to be tough. We do see the Darkness Mist coming in, 60 damage on the Dark Dragonair. And wow, Lantern off the top. That could be devastating. But probably not this turn. So this works with the Super Boost energy. If you attach the Super Boost to one of your stage 2s, you've got 3 stage 2s in play for Zach. The Super Boost actually counts as 4 energy. Meaning it's adding 40 damage onto Lantern's powerful Spark Attack. Potentially could get to one-shot range on this Dusknoir. So we do see the Dragonite Delta species being searched off the Dark Dragonair. The Delta Charge being used to attach to the Metagross Delta on the bench. Delta Control finding Evolutionary Incense off the top. I have to imagine that's going to get another Metang. This is not looking good for Kaleido at all. Zach is assembling Stage 2 Exodia. All the energy acceleration, all the damage. We see an attachment to Dragonite using the super connectivity. What is going on? We see attachment from hand, and we see air balloon. Ah, I see. Okay, so Zach's taking the damage on the active with super connectivity because it does 10 to the Pokemon who's in the active that you're accelerating to. And then, of course, Zach's just going to discard it with Crush and Burn. Discarding 4 energy is 110 damage, plus 20 from the Giovanni scheme is 130 damage, and that is a one-shot. Crush and Burn is a good attack. Just being able to reach numbers is so strong. Kaleido with Hospitality, Erika's Hospitality off the top though. Potentially what he needs to get back into this game. We do see an Uxie being promoted, but sadly no Uxie level X off the top. Otherwise we might have finally seen a Supreme Blast. But of course without that Uxie level X, it's not going to happen. Now, the Memory Skip. We do see the Memory Skip Uxie coming in. That's not Memory Skip. This is Memory Skip. Metagross Delta, of course, only has 1 attack. So Collider can prevent Metagross Delta from using that attack. The air balloon is in play, so this is awkward. Very awkward for Zach. He's going to have to find a way to get this Metagross out of the active. Does have the super boost to retreat. Does feel like a bit of a waste. And Zach did not use the Evo Incense for another Metang last turn. Wonder if they're prized. And what is going on? Okay, so using the Delta control, Zach able to look at the top 4 and take a card. Choosing to take the EXP share. Lightning energy to Lantern. We do see a super connectivity to the Metagross Delta. Sorry, the lightning energy was from the discard pile using Delta Charge on the Dragonite. Where will the attachment from hand be? So we see an Aurora energy being attached to the Metagross, discarding the other Dragonite from hand. An EXP share placed on the Beldum, and then just a pass. And Kaleido top decks Dusk Noir, which is not very helpful, unfortunately. But with the Rescue Carrier, actually able to get back the Dusk Girl with the Reaper Cloth. The Reaper Cloth item, of course, allowing Dusk Girl to evolve during the turn you play it, so immediately evolving up to Dusclops. So potentially with the Shadow Command next turn, we'll be able to start drawing some cards and get out of this. It's likely just going to be another memory skip from Lido, locking down this Metagross Delta. Let's see if Zach will retreat. Oh, we do see the magnetic reversal Metagross off the top. No rare candy in Zach's hand, so no way to get to it just yet. But we do see the Delta control yet again. And there's the rare candy off the top. Have to imagine this is the rare candy magnetic control onto the benched Beldum. Here it comes. And let's see if we can get the third heads in a row on reversal. Across 2 games, of course. Assuming Zach's using it. He's having a think. He's having a think. Can't use Crush and Burn. That's the problem. So how does he get the damage to knock something out? Not used the support yet, so potentially thinking about using Janine. Potentially grow this hand size, get more option. No. Going for the magnetic reversal. Another heads. What will be gusted? Is it the Mesprit level X? Is that the scariest thing? It is weak to Psychic. Or is it the Dusclops? Or potentially the Azelf. If you take out the Azelf level X, then very difficult for Mesprit level X to ever attack, given that that's the only Azelf level X in Kaleido's deck. Of course, the Azelf level X removes the weakness of all of Kaleido's Psychic Pokemon, so the super connectivity Metagross isn't able to hit for double damage this time. choosing to bring that Dusclops into the active, trying to deal with it before it becomes a Dusknoir. Trying to soften it up. What is Zach's plan? Of course, still can't use that Crush and Burn. Here comes the Super Boost being used for retreat. Why not? And what's going on? It's Lantern. Of course it is. With the super connectivity to accelerate, doing 40 plus 10 for each energy in play. I believe that is 90 damage, which is just enough to knock out the Dusclops. This Lantern Prime is insanely good in this cube. There is so much energy acceleration. It can reach insane damage numbers, and that is really, really rough for Collide. But we do see a teammates off the top. We might actually see a Supreme Blast. I think we're going to see a Supreme Blast. It's time. The teammates should be able to find the Uxie level X. It's got free retreat thanks to the benched Mesprit. And then Kaleido just needs an energy to Supreme Blast this Lantern and take a knockout. Once that leaves Kaleido with no energy really in play. But with the Uxie level X, in theory, can start digging through the deck. Uxie level X, of course, with the trade-off ability. Let's see what Kaleido does. Man, these magnetic reversals from Zach have just been so good. Tough decision here for Kaleido. What he takes off the teammates is going to determine what he's going to be doing for the rest of the game. But when you're staring down 4 stage 2s and a stage 1, it's rough. It's rough. I believe that was a Psychic Energy and a Double Gust. Interesting. Is that right? I believe Kaleido is going for a trap play. This is actually very clever. I didn't see this line. The Azelf level X has Deep Balance. Put 1 damage counter on one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy attached to all their Pokemon. Now, of course, all of Kaleido's Pokemon have free retreat because they're all Azelf, Lucy, and Mesprit. And thanks to Mesprit, they've got free retreat. Trapping the Metagross with a retreat cost of 3 in the active, in theory, it won't be able to be powered up next turn. The super connectivity can accelerate 1 energy, but the Dragonite Delta only attaches to bench, and the Deep Balance attack actually taking a knockout on the Delta Dragonite. This is a very heads-up play from Kaleido, and honestly, yeah, probably one of the few ways back into the game. Alright, Zach draws Collector. Not very good at this point in the game. I believe Zach hasn't shuffled his deck for a while, which is very interesting with the Metagross Delta. Because you look at 4, keep 1, put the 3 to the bottom. So if you're fishing for a specific card, every turn you're getting 4 cards deeper to that card because you're not changing the order of your deck. We do see the Buddy Buddy Rescue being taken off the Delta Control. And here we go again with Janine. Look at the top 4, 2 in hand. Shuffle the other cards back into your deck. So the deck's finally being shuffled here. What is Zach going to get? We get a Metal Energy and a Psychic Energy. So Zach's got energy for days. Of course, can go for a Magnetic Reversal play again, but I'm not sure how good it is at the moment. I'm trying to think what options does Kaleido have next turn for taking knockouts. Of course, Deep Balance is currently doing 6 energy in play for Zac, 7 energy in play for Zac, 70 damage. Could be overkill on the Metagross Delta, but that is the most threatening Metagross, able to reach to insane damage numbers. But then, of course, the Lantern's still there. Oh, so we've got the Rescue Scar off the top for Kaleido. So if that Azelf is knocked out, he can return it to his hand. Unfortunately, no other Azelf on the bench. But committing that second energy to the Mesprit level X. Desperately trying to find the Uxie level X, that's for sure. Where's this deep balance going to go then? And it is that Metagross Delta. With the Sonia off the top. 4 prizes each. I don't think... Am I wrong? Can Zac get a knockout this turn? He would need 5 energy in play. He can attach 2, but the retreat cost is 3, so I believe he's 10 damage off a knockout with the Lantern Prime. Actually going for Collector, potentially trying to rebuild the Dragonite line, get another Beldum in play. Let's see what Zac goes for. Beldum, Chinchou. Okay, I guess with that Buddy Buddy Rescue in hand, if the Lantern were to go down, being able to recover that would be good. Potentially just, it's a Lightning Pokemon as well, so by attaching the Speed Lightning energy to draw 2 cards, another great way to get through the deck. But, of course, Zac could go for the Magnetic Reversal again. Potentially try and take a prize on one of Kaleido's benched Pokemon. I'm not sure that's ideal though. I think he needs to start dealing with these threats. Now, this Metagross does resist Psychic. It's not going to save you from a Psychic Blast if that ever did happen. Sorry, Supreme Blast. But no, going for the retreat. Is it Lantern? It is Lantern. No, this is 90 damage. I must have miscalculated. Zac has made it to 90 damage. So this Azelf level X is going down. The Rescue Energy... the Rescue Scarf will return both the Azelf and the Azelf level X back to hand. But Kaleido does not have a follow-up attacker. I guess he does in a way. This Memory Skip Uxie is going to come in clutch once again. So actually, the only thing keeping Kaleido in this game is this Memory Skip Uxie. Lantern only having 1 attack. We do see the Azelf coming down again. Of course, Kaleido knows what's in his prizes, but potentially there's some other Pokemon in there he wants to fish out. Doesn't look like it. Sonia from hand, 2 basic energy or 2 basic Pokemon. Have to imagine it's the energy, but let's find out. Oh, no, going for basic Pokemon. There's the Vulpix and the Mesprit. Potentially trying to set up for a Ninetales play in the future. Potentially just doing it to thin the deck. There is a Ditto in... Oh no, changing the course. Getting to Fire Energy. Okay. I think that makes more sense. Are we going to see the Ditto Prism come down? Fire Energy onto Uxie. That's just in case he gets an Uxie level X next turn. Which does 2 for 60, colorless. And we are seeing the Memory Skip come down here. Yeah, limiting Lantern to just no attacks. Ordinary Rod from Zach. Shuffle 2 Pokemon and 2 energy from your discard pile back into your deck. Very, very good recovery item. And looks like the Dragonite line is the priority. There is already a Dratini in Zach's hand, so it's going to be the Dragonair and a Metang, actually. Yes, because this Beldam's been a Beldam for a while, so I'd imagine there's a prized Metang somewhere. The Incense in hand will be able to get that Metang straight away. And yeah, holding the Buddy Buddy Rescue, because Zach doesn't want to give Kaleido a Pokemon from his discard pile. So he's holding the Buddy Buddy Rescue when he really needs the Pokemon, which might be on the Metagross Delta. Alright, what's Zach doing? Here's the Evo Incense. Is it going to be Porygon or Metang? There's the Metang. All set up for the Metagross Delta again next turn. But what is Zach actually going to do? The Lantern can't attack. Yes, Kaleido's Pokemon do currently have weakness. No, they don't have weakness because of the Mesprit. So they don't have weakness. So can't take a knockout with the Connectivity Metagross. Can't take a knockout with Magnetic Reversal Metagross. And this is... but with the Cessation Crystal, it would be a knockout. Let's see if Zach commits the Cessation. Yes. Cessation Crystal to turn off the Mental Shroud, allowing the Metagross to hit for weakness on the Uxie. Zach needing just 2 more prize cards now to close out this game. We do see a Rockets admin off the top, and Zach's just put a Cessation Crystal into play. So that's interesting. Here come the Azelfs. Will we see the Ditto Prism as well? No. Okay. Is the admin. Kaleido drawing 4 cards, Zach drawing 2, and that is not a good draw for Kaleido, unfortunately. That is not a good draw. Not a good hand for Zach either, but this Metagross is going to live. And while it only does 40 damage to the Azelf, it's still... If Kaleido just had an energy here, he'd be in a very strong position. Can't even retreat for free, because the upper material Pokebody's also switched off by the Cessation Crystal. Zach drawing 2 stadiums is not ideal for him, but yeah, it's nothing Zach can, Kaleido can really do. Can Pokecom, but what for? What is Kaleido's plan? What could he Pokecom for? Oh, there is the cast form. Not sure how ideal that is. Could potentially be. Oh, you can see it's. All right, Kaleido is gonna scoop. I don't really think there's a way out, so don't blame him there. So it looks like Zach will be moving on to the finals. Zach has won a Champions Cube before, I believe. So it'll be interesting to see if he can take his second title. All right. Thanks for joining for game 2, everyone. We'll be back with round 3 very soon, hopefully. All right. Hello. We are in the finals. We have got Zach with his Metros deck, Metros Dragonite, Lantern Prime, against Slight with the Hippowdon, Ninetales, Salamence, Glacier Level X. So yeah, should be fun. Zach is a one-time Champs Cube champion. Slight's won twice. Yeah, these are the two most winningest players we have on the server. So it's no surprise to see them here in the finals. As usual. All right. We will get underway here as soon as Zach shows me his hand. A quick refresh so everything's in the right place. So, Hippopotamus versus Beldum. Slight is on the draw. Fire Energy for turn. Kicking things off with that Jewel Ball. One heads, one tails. Going to search his deck for a basic Pokemon. Now, he does have the Azelf in his hand. But might price check anyway. If he works out that there's no Pokemon in the price cards that he wants, then he might not play the Azelf. Of course, seeing the Ninetales and the Glaceon in the price cards and taking the Vulpix, we're definitely going to see an Azelf at some point. Not necessarily this turn. Depends what hand disruption Zach's got. Yeah, holding it for next turn. So Zach, perfect setup here. Professor X setup is brilliant. We saw it before. Searching a deck for 3 basic Pokemon of different types, put them onto your bench. And Zach going to do his prize checking here. Let's have a look at Zach's prizes. The Super Connectivity Metagross prize, that's a big one. The Super Boost, we saw Zach making great use of that earlier. And the Porygon. So no access to Porygon 2 here. But I'm sure Zach will be happy with his army of Beldums anyway. That being said, the follow-up turns for Zach are a bit rough. There is no follow-up support here. Getting the Chinchou down, perhaps Lantern can be an early attacker. Easier to get online, just being a stage 1, when your hand is not so great. But yes. Using that Metal Chain Pokepower of the Beldum there to search for another Beldum. And Beldum Delta actually has free retreat because its retreat cost is 1 less for each Beldum on the bench. So choosing to retreat into Dratini, sorry. Of course, this has got resistance, minus 30 to fighting, so expecting some Hippowdon shenanigans. Zach thinks, yeah, this makes a lot of sense. This makes a lot of sense. All right, so we are grabbing the Ninetales out of the prizes with the Azelf. I think Fire Energy was drawn for turn, so instant roast reveal there. And now we have Underground Expedition. One of the most awkward cards to resolve on untap. Looking at the bottom 4, taking 2. Slight is up to a much better start than Zach, just because his hand goes somewhere. Ninetales is in play. The Kukui is card draw if need be, but definitely looking for an attachment for turn. Probably trying to get a Bagon into play to evolve into that Shelgon in the future as well. So we do see the double rainbow. Oh my goodness. And Luxury Ball picked from the bottom of the deck. What's this Luxury Ball going to get? Is it a Bagon? It is a Bagon. So Slight will actually be able to Sand Bazooka this turn, but thanks to the resistance and the double rainbow, it would only actually be doing 30 damage, so not a knockout on Dratini. But still pressure. Building up to that Rock Tumble. Turn 3 Rock Tumble is very scary, especially when you have a hand like Zach's. All he has is Beldams. Beldams are not going to cut it. Evolving into the Matang now. Zach needs something off the top here to be in this game. Otherwise, Slight is going to run away with it. Actually attaching to the Dratini, going for the Dragon Song, trying to buy a bit more time. Unfortunately for Zach, Slight does wake up. Head flip. Hippowdon is awake and ready to eat some little dragons, I think. So, Ultra Ball off the top for Slight. Bit awkward with this hand, as there's not really anything you want to discard. Be interesting to see if the Kukui is committed. There's no fire energy for the roast reveal, so be good to draw one of those and keep cycling. And what just happened? Yeah, saving the Kukui, going for the Sand Bazooka, taking the knockout on Dratini, taking a fighting energy off the price cards. And of course, this Beldam's got a free retreat. And Zach, unfortunately, with the Dragonite top deck, is not going to cut it. But we're going for a Calculate. Yeah, I wonder if Calculate should have been the play last time. I believe Zach had the Beldam at the time. It's not something you expect to see in Cube League finals. And Zach, having seen the top 4 cards of his deck, actually scoops right there. So we're in to game 2. I think he's calculated that the game is over. There's no draw support. There's no way out of it. So let's save some time and go on to game 2. Will this be Slight's back-to-back Champions Cube win? He's only 1 game away. I can't believe how quick that was. Right, let's see who's starting this game. And let's hope for more of a game, because we want to see these players, you know, playing their best, making good decisions to win. We don't like to see these bricks. Mulligans happening for both players. Looks like Zach's finally found a basic. Right, they are zooming. They are speedrunning this. I'm just going to refresh so the basic Pokemon appear in the right place. Brilliant. Just need Slight to show me his hand. Short turn for Slight, just drawing and passing. I think, yeah, so Zach again with the Professor X setup. Sabrina's Gaze, potentially a way to reset the hand here though, which was not an option last time. As well as the Elm's Lecture, which sort of in Zach's deck does a similar thing to the X setup. It's only really finding those basic Pokemon with 60 or less health. There's no stage 1s in here with 60 health, unfortunately. We do see the Porygon being benched this time. 2 Metagross prize, though, is very awkward for Zach. Especially the Magnetic Reversal one. We saw how powerful that was earlier. Let's have a look at Slight's price cards. Lots of energy, but nothing too impactful in there. The Glaceon. Slight does have another one, so it's not the end of the world. Yes, the Oak setup. We do see the Aurora energy attached to the Beldam, again making use of the Metal Chain ability, allowing Zach to search for yet another Beldam, put it on his bench. He has no issue finding these Beldams. I think in these 2 games he's already found 7. He's just not found much else. And what will Slight's answer be to this? Again, the turn 2 Ninetales. I feel like Slight has had this every game I've watched it. Turn 1 Vulpix, turn 2 Ninetales. And then the Roast Reveal just keeps the whole deck working. We do see that instant Roast Reveal. The Glaceon off the top, back on as well. Be interesting to see which supporter Slight uses this turn. Unfortunately, not finding an energy. And Glaceon is weak to metal, so potentially not the best attacker in this matchup. Going for the BB search, putting the Hippo back in the deck. Probably searching for a Shelgon or another basic, I would imagine. And then next turn, should be able to level up the Glaceon and research this hand away and finally get a new hand of 7. Of course, Zach is probably gonna Sabrina's Gaze, so we'll see. We'll see what Slight ends up with. Opting for the Hippopotas. I think some of the Hippopotases have... Yes, this Hippowdon has lightning resistance, which is relevant in this matchup. The Dragonite Delta is lightning. The Metagross Delta is lightning. Could potentially play a role. Very difficult to one-shot this. 130 HP with resistance. That draws metaing for turn, so that's a good draw. Actually retreating into the Dratini again. And evolving into Dark Dragonair. Yes, we saw this earlier. So the Evolutionary Light only works in the active, but it allows Zach to search his deck for an evolution Pokemon, and getting that backup Porygon 2 out. That's the first time we've seen that this early for Zach. So this is great. Being able to draw until he has 6 cards in his hand, turn after turn. This is exactly what we want to see. Zach's deck is actually working. Not the best draw. Castaway does give the energy attachment for turn, but opting straight away to Sabrina's Gaze, hoping for more. Castaway's back, but I don't think Zach's too upset by that. Not the best draw for Slight, but there is a Fire Energy, so Roast Reveal will be usable on Slight's turn. And we see the Castaway coming in for Zach, getting a supporter, a tool, and a basic energy. I think the only tool left in Zach's deck is what? Sensation Crystal and EXP Share. Opting for the EXP Share. I think it's a bit early to commit it to the board, but might as well get all you can with the Castaway. Really after that Juniper, it looks like, for next turn. Keep the deck flowing. And where's this energy going? It's going to the Metang. He's got the Metang, the Metagross Delta in hand for next turn. Zach's looking in a very strong position. So, Slight straight away with the Roast Reveal. It's got the Hippowdon in hand, another Hippopotas, and crucially the Versus Seeker, but only a BB Search in the discard pile. But using it straight away. Do we see a Glaceon level X here, potentially just to slow Zach down? Slight can use the Snow Cloak attack on the Glaceon for just a single water energy. And I believe, yes, the double Rainbow Energy would work with that. Just 20 damage and turn off that backup Porygon 2, turn off Evolutionary Light. It'll turn off the Delta control when Zach evolves into Metagross Delta. And we also see the Mantine come down. But we're nowhere near a Salamence yet, so this is quite early. I think Slight trying to just take things out the deck. He wants to draw Fire Energy or supporters that do something. Of course, so that, yes, this makes a lot of sense actually. The Mantine is just stacking a fire energy so that he knows he has a fire energy for next turn for the roast reveal. That makes sense. Double Rainbow committed to the active, and that is a heads from the Snowcloak, so this Glaceon can't be damaged next turn. Zach can't use any Poke Powers while Glaceon level X is in the active. Ordinary Rod is an unfortunate draw for Zach. His only draw supporter is the Juniper, so Rod is not really playable right now. There is a Dragonair in his discard pile, but losing the Rod like this doesn't feel great, but hasn't really got a choice. It's going to have to rip this Juniper and start getting through this deck. And the Buddy Buddy Rescue. That's 2 pieces of recovery for Zach that are gone as soon as this Juniper's played. It just goes to show how powerful this Glaceon level X's ability is. The Pokebody Chilly Breath. Even in this matchup, where it's plus 30 weak to metal, it's still doing its job. It's still buying Slight some time. I think Slight kind of wants it to be knocked out for the scrambled energy to come in line with his Hippowdon. He's got the Hippowdon level X, so he's actually all ready to go, even if Zach were to take a knockout here. Which is crazy. Sand Bazooka would do 70 to the Metagross. Potentially shuffle in all cards in play with the Sand reset before committing the scramble. And here's the Juniper. We did see the Ordinary Rod being played, so the Dragonair is back in the deck. And with this brand new hand, Zach draws straight back into the Dragonair, but there is the energy as well. Already attached to Chinchou though, I believe. So it looks like this Dark Dragonair is just gonna chill. Of course, yes, the Glaceon was did have damage prevention with the Snowcloak, so no chance of it getting knocked out there. The Roast Reveal finds a Karina for Slight. Set your deck for a fighting Pokemon and an item card. Yeah, here it comes. What item is he going to take? Potentially something that finds Shelgon. First Seeker's already gone. Could be something like Item Finder. But there aren't any draw supporters in the discard pile. So here's the Hippopotas. Just trying to think, what items would you get here? Maybe Fire Crystal? Fire Crystal, yes. Just immediately adding 3 fire energy from your discard pile to hand. He's effectively going to draw a Slighter card because he doesn't need to stack a fire energy anymore. So that's another draw he's going to get that isn't a fire energy. He can just Fire Crystal for the fire energy next turn and Roast Reveal. But actually using the Fire Crystal now for the energy attachment for turn, I think we're going to see an Avalanche potentially from this Glaceon level X, the Double Rainbow fulfilling both the water in its attack cost. But no, actually attached to the Hippowdon and a Snowcloak. It's like choosing to play this slow, not wanting to overcommit to this Glaceon. Of course, if he were to take the knockout and Zach answered, the scramble wouldn't be live because they would have an even prize count. All right, so we've got Janine coming down for Zach, taking a Matang and an Evo Instance to hand. So all the evolutions are coming out for Zach now. It's just unfortunate that two of his Metagross are prized. Bit awkward. Thankfully, the Delta is here. And this guy brings the heat. Do you see the evolutionary incense in Zach's hand? Probably what he's debating on right now. Does he get the lantern? Does he go and get another Matang? Does he save it? Just saving it for now. Right, so I'd imagine we're going to see a roast reveal. Yeah, roast reveal straight away from Slight. And what's the plan with this Dragonair? Will Slight commit to this Glaceon, take the knockout, or is he happy just snowcloaking on repeat and keep flipping heads? Hippopotamus comes down. There is another Hippowdon in the hand. And notably, this Hippowdon is more synergistic with the Sandry set, being able to attack for a single energy and attach fighting energy from the discard pile. Unfortunately, there aren't any right now. And I believe that is just another Snowcloak and a third heads in a row, so I did mention this in the draft. Sometimes you just flip heads on Snowcloak and you randomly win the game. I don't think now is like the most impactful time for it to be happening. But it just goes to show how strong an effect like this can actually be. So we see the Elms Lecture coming through for Zach, likely just thinning cards out of the deck. Does not want to draw into Chinchou or Beldum for turn. Looking for the next draw supporter to keep this hand flowing, but he's got all he needs for the time being. As soon as the Glaceon goes down, the Delta control will be online, the backup Porygon 2 will be back online. It's just kind of a game of chicken. Whoever takes the first knockout often is in a worse spot. Because it means your attacker is being attacked. Like Zach does not care about this Dark Dragonair. He's not losing any energy by it being knocked out. Ultra Ball for turn. That's a way into Shell Gun. I think it's got a lot of tools here, but it's hard to know what to do. It's starting to power up the other Hippowdon now. I wouldn't be surprised if he just sits there with the Glaceon in the active and Snowcloaks again. Do you see the Ultra Ball come down? Discarding that Scramble energy, indicating Slight is probably taking a prize card this turn. Doesn't see an opportunity to fall behind in prize cards anymore, so here comes the Shell Gun. It's a shame you can't level up on the bench, otherwise this would be a great hand to just level up, attach the Expert Belt, and high-five Professor's Research. But no, attacking with the Snowcloak again, it looks like, and actually flipping tails this time, and this is probably the one that mattered the most. All the other times, Zach would have to attach and retreat to attack and take a knockout with the Glaceon. On the Glaceon, sorry. But this time, it's a tails. Glaceon can be killed, most likely with this Meta Knight. Sorry, the Metagross. With the Crush and Burn. There is the plus 30 weakness on the Glaceon as well, so Zach would only need to discard 2 energy for a knockout hit. That being said though, the Metagross is weak to fire, but I don't see this Ninetales being powered up anytime soon. Here comes the Lantern. Speed Lightning energy on the Lantern to draw 2 cards for Zach. Working his way through the deck. Saving onto that Evo Incense for when he needs it. He's drawn the Lantern now, so now he can use it for something else. It will either be another Metagross or a Metang, most likely. Or maybe he'll just wait until he needs it. And this is where it gets awkward. Slight really wishes he had a fighting energy in the discard pile. Pretty sure. Then this would be a great... oh, my untap decided to refresh. It would be a great Sandry set once this Glaceon goes down. Starting to accelerate fighting energy from the discard pile. But there's none in there. Ultra Ball's gone, so even with Professor's Research, it'd be hard to get one in the discard pile. And we do see the Glaceon go down. Zach discarding 2 energy from play, just keeping 1 on the Metagross. And we do see the Hippowdon being promoted, so I wonder if Zach is expecting a sand reset here. More importantly, do you sand reset before or after Professor's research? And it looks like before is the option here. I guess because you've already got the energy. Double tails on Jewel Ball, it's unfortunate. But yeah, that water energy is going to come down. We'll see if the expert belt gets attached. And if so, where? Onto the active Hippowdon. Research draw 7, very good. Of course, Zach does have the super connectivity Metagross, and he can use powers now, so Metagross will be able to attack, but only 70 damage. We have the GX marker out here indicating that the sand reset has been used. It is a once per game effect. Should really be a V-star marker as it's a power, but we'll let it slide. Yeah, and this is going to be a save sand for 50 damage, I believe. Sadly, no fighting in the discard pile. Slight stacking a fire energy on top of his deck with the Mantine before doing the 50 damage with the save sand, because Zach has got no energy in play now. What's the answer going to be? Likely going to kick things off with a Delta Control. Here it is. Zach is using Delta Control, looking at the top 4 cards, keeping 1, putting the other 3 to the bottom. Grabbing an air balloon, so potentially a way to get this Metagross to the bench to safety, so you can build up to a big crush and burn. It's not the most value in just doing 70 damage with the crush and burn, and not having an attacker in play for next turn. But this is a bit awkward. The Lantern's weak to fighting, so it's not very good into Hippowdon. The Metagross is here. We're going to see a super connectivity with the air balloon to retreat, or is that going to do something else? We see the collector come down. Zach's going to search his deck for up to 3 basic Pokemon, getting the Beldum. No shortage of Beldums, but a shortage of Metagrosses. So he did take the Metagross off the prize cards. I'm sure he would have much rather got the magnetic reversal one. I'm really not sure on this Metal Juncture Metagross in this cube. What is the play for Zach? I genuinely don't know. I'd be tempted to sacrifice a Beldum, try and buy some time, but that might not be correct. It might be better to get some damage in while you can, but I'm not sure what your follow-up is. So we do see the metal energy attached from hand with the air balloon. There's the retreat. So not using the super connectivity first. There weren't any energy in the discard pile. That's unfortunate. And here comes the sacrificial beldam. I wonder if we'll see. I feel like we could have gone for a calculate there, Zach. Could have gone for a super connectivity. Touch the metal and calculate once more. Just to fix your top deck. But it's fine. Slight starting off with a roast reveal, and yeah, draws the Salamence. The Mantine Delta Salamence combo is back. We've seen this in many of Slight's games now. Consistent energy acceleration, and yeah, this is looking worse and worse for Zach. That sand reset really changed the course of this game. Especially as Zach doesn't have the energy in his discard pile for super connectivity. He's got one now, but it's just a bit late. And we do see the safe sand attack. These Hippowdons love their sand. Taking the knockout on the Beldam. Slight taking his second prize card of the game. Floatstone. And Zach actually promoting Porygon 2. So this might be the noble sacrifice for the 10. Yeah, I don't know what Zach does here. This Hippowdon resists lightning. It's got 150 HP. Zach's got a lightning attacker. He'd need to do 170 damage, so he'd need to discard 7 energy and play with Crush and Burn to one-shot this Hippowdon, which is just not happening with the current board setup. Alternatively, having 13 energy in play, Powerful Spark would be a one-shot. And the problem is this Hippowdon is going to start one-shotting things with the safe sand. Ogner's Philosophy, though, drawing 2 cards. That was received off of the Delta Control from the Meta Knight. Another great consistency piece. Stormy Mountains, just trying to play the hand down, I think. And drew another card using backup Porygon 2 into a Nest Ball, which unfortunately can't be played. Going for the super connectivity. With that EXP share on the Chinchou, it's effectively being accelerated to the Chinchou, assuming this Porygon 2 is going to die. Most likely it will. I feel like Hippowdon is just a rough matchup for Zach's deck. With the lightning resist and just how big they are. And yeah, the Faber coming in for Slight, taking away the EXP share. Powering up this Hippowdon on the bench. Zach can't deal with the one in the active. Never mind having one on the bench as well. There goes the Porygon 2. And here comes the Lantern. So we're finally going to get an attack here. Do you have a rare candy Metagross in hand? There is also a Super Boost energy. Unfortunately, Zach can't get the Super Boost in play as well as powering up this Lantern. So here comes the Giovanni Scheme. Received off the Delta Control. That's 20 more damage, so slight reach into the Hippowdon level X, but it'll be tough. Super connectivity coming down, attaching another energy to Lantern. So we're doing what, 70 damage now? Minus 20, 50 damage. Oh, we see the Sunny Shore City Gym. I forgot that Zach was playing this card. It rarely comes up, but yes, damage done from your lightning Pokemon isn't affected by resistance, and each lightning Pokemon in play has no weakness. So this actually stops the Lantern from being one-shot, and is now doing 20 more damage to the Hippowdon, so actually a really clutch stadium to have in this exact scenario, using both the no weakness and no resistant element to it. So this is going to be 70 damage to the Hippowdon now. And we see the Cessation Crystal come down. We see the Giovanni Scheme. I'd imagine Zach has used Underwater Dive to become a water type, which I also forgot about. And that is actually a one-shot. The Hippowdon level X being weak to water. Completely forgot Lantern could become water type. Yeah, that's a one-shot. And that is 2 prizes for Zach. Tying the game up 3-3. So Slights answering with another Hippo. But of course, this one's also weak to water ×2. Is not currently able to take the knockout unless Slight can find a stadium. Slight needs a stadium. Slight has got Stark Mountain in his deck. That's it. And I don't think he drew it off the Lacey. Did not draw the Stark Mountain. Has he roast revealed yet? I'm not sure. He can't because there's a Cessation Crystal on the Lantern. So just 70 damage coming in from the Hippowdon. Lantern's actually going to take another knockout. This is a very impressive comeback from Zach. All the pieces lining up perfectly. The Cessation Crystal, the Stadium, and the Giovanni Scheme all coming together to mount this comeback. If Zach can start getting some energy onto this benched Metagross, things could start looking rough for Slight. I guess the issue now is Zach can't use Underwater Dive anymore because of the Cessation Crystal. Meaning Lantern is a lightning type. There is the Super Boost energy in hand, which is being attached to the benched Metagross. So that counts as 4 energy, plus the 3 in play. That's 110 damage. 20 damage short currently. We do see the Tool Scrapper actually being drawn by Zach off the Lily. Could potentially scrap his own Cessation Crystal here to use the Underwater Dive. The Underwater Dive making him water type. And we do see that come through. So this is going to be another one-shot onto the Hippowdon. The Hippos are going down. This Lantern putting in a lot of work. With the Sunny Shore City Gym, removing its weakness and Slight not finding an answer. Zach's actually ahead in price cards, which I thought it was over, but Zach's found a way. The Lantern will be going down. The Hippowdon on the bench does... No. Yes, it will. But it requires Slight to use the top accelerator with the Mantine to get the sand impact on this Hippowdon. Haven't seen this Hippowdon used very much from Slight. It's definitely the weaker of the 3. But yeah, still no weakness on that Lantern. But if we can get to 50 damage with the top accelerator from this elements, that will be enough. Do you see the Azelf come down for Slight? Desperate to know what his next prizes are. And imagine he'll be taking... To be fair, it could be a Fire or a Zinnias. Fire for the roast reveal, or Zinnias just to draw 4 cards once this Lantern's knocked out. Can Zach answer this Hippowdon is the question. So here's the Mantine, putting the fighting energy on top of the deck. The top accelerator from the elements coming in for the Hippowdon. Slight will need to attach for turn as well. And then we're going to see our first sand impact. Oh, no. Never mind. It's not happening. We're going for a Bird Keeper. And I believe this is because Slight's got the Floatstone in his hand. So he knows he's got free retreat, and he's looking for that Stark's Mountain, meaning he wouldn't need to commit as many energy to the Hippowdon. Does find the Stark Mountain. now able to take a knockout with Vacuum Sand, powering up this Hippowdon without needing to manually attach to it, and instead committing attachment to the Ninetales. Two of the Metagross on Zach's bench are fire weak, so Ninetales surprisingly a good attacker in this matchup. And the Lantern Prime will go down, tied up 2 prizes apiece here in the finals. A Vacuum Sand accelerating from the discard pile, and what will Slight take from prizes? He does take the Fire Energy, the Roast Reveal next turn. And now it's looking Slight favored again. And my untap likes to refresh. No one knows why. Alright, what has Zach done? Zach has just drawn for 10. We've not missed anything. We've got the super connectivity coming down. For some reason it won't let me see the Metagross. There we go. And it looks like this is just going to be a Link Blast for 70 damage. They've got the same amount of energy. No Felicity's drawing. Oh, and this is one thing to mention. They both have 6 cards in their deck. It might be cut off at the stream, but they only have 6 cards in the deck. So Zach not wanting to use Felicity's drawing at risk of deck out, unfortunately had to discard his Ordinary Rod and Buddy Buddy Rescue earlier in the game to the Juniper. That was an unfortunate top deck. So Zach looking to run out of resources here. We do see the Palmer's contribution come down, Slight, shuffling in the Hippowdon level X, Hippowdon, Hippopotas. I'd imagine a couple of energy, but could be wrong. Potentially not, because he needs the energy in the discard pile for the Mantine Salamence combo. So this might be one of those times where Palmer says up to 5, and it's actually better than something like Brock's Crit, where you don't want to shuffle the whole 6. Yeah, actually just choosing a different Hippowdon. Yeah, just going for 3. And that's the power of Palmer's. You can't do that with many other recovery supporters. First reveal immediately draws back into the Hippowdon, but no Hippopotas. We do see the attachment, and I think we're going to see a Sand Impact. Now, this could potentially take the knockout. This Metagross has got 90 HP left. 2 head flips with the Sand Impact out of 3 would be 90 damage. There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. That's 110 damage. And Slight is just 1 prize card away from winning his 3rd Champions Cube. This is looking rough. The Super Boost energy is offline. You need 3 stage 2s in play for that to be active. The energy acceleration is gone. Zach can take the knockout with the Metagross Delta, but it just gets knocked out by Ninetales. I don't think there's an attacker Zach can put forward to that will survive the Ninetales attack. And with only 6 cards in deck and no recovery left, there's no Lantern Prime or anything. Here comes the Chinchou. We're going to see a Delta Control, I'd imagine. We do see the Lightning committed to the active. Super Boost being moved to the active. It looks like we might be going for a Spark to take the knockout on the Mantine. What a way to go out. So Zach taking a prize card, knockout on the Mantine, tying it up 1-1, but that should just be the game. A Slight here. We are going for a Sand Impact. We're trying to see how much damage we can do to this poor Chinchou. It is 220 damage. Nom 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 nom. Sand Impact eating up that Chinchou. And yep, Slight is our Season 8 champion. I believe. Because that was game 2, and he won game 1. I think it would have been... It was tough for Zach. Pricing this Magnetic Reversal Metagross. We saw how impactful that was for him in the earlier rounds. Just gusting Pokemon by flipping heads. Very strong. Working around resistance. It would let him disrupt Slight's engine with the Ninetales, the Mantine, the Salamence. But yeah. Congratulations to Slight, as usual. I don't know if he wants to do a winner's interview, but I'll check. And yeah, thanks everyone for joining, for watching the games and the draft, if you were there for that long. Right, we'll be right back. Right, we are going to have a quick winner's interview with Slight. Right, here he comes. Move to... Hello.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How does it feel to be the back-to-back Champions Cube champion?
I think that's is that back to back or is it 3 in a row? Because I know I lost one in like the middle now, and I don't remember.
I do have it right here. You won the last one, which was Rulebox Mutant and Coin Flip. Zach won the one before with Ultimateness and Mixing Match.
Okay.
And you won the one before that with RSPK and Leagueverse. So
Got it. Okay. Well, back to back once again feels amazing for sure. I always love playing Zach in the finals. This match, game 1 was not really much of a game. He said it was a little bit of a risky keep, and just essentially attacked with Calculate with Beldum, saw 4 dead cards on top of the deck, and went to the next one.
yes, we did see the Calculate, and the instant concession of the Calculate. It's like calculating your own demise was quite funny to see. So.
Yeah, it was rough. The second game was really tight. think we both had some good beats there. Zach with the big like Lantern Cessation Crystal, Sunny Shore, and then Tool Scrapper line. Um, I don't know if he drew into any pieces of that, but I think he had to because he only had 2 cards in hand at one point before he had played those cards. But so
Yes.
good beats for him there, and then of course good beats for me right at the end with the 50-50 Sand Impact to knock out the Metagross.
Yes, I think you probably had it locked up at that point anyway with the Ninetales on your bench. But yeah, Zach really brought that game back because it really felt like you were running away with it. And I didn't see the line, the Lantern becoming watertight with the Giovanni scheme and the Sunny Shore gym. I was like calculating how many energy he needed, and it was like some ridiculous number. And then suddenly he's knocked out your Hippowdon. I'm like, oh my god, Zach, it's back in the game. But yeah, it was the Delta control really just piecing that together, turn after turn.
I saw the line as Lantern Sunny Shore knockout Hippowdon in my head, but I wasn't thinking about the Cessation Crystal.
Mm.
And it prevented me from digging for a different out or more ways to remove the stadium. So it was really just okay. Well, my play is right in front of me now. I have no other options other than to just swing into the Lantern and kind of be at Zach's mercy. I also didn't see the Tool Scrapper play, so that one I saw the KO basically. Saw the KO. I'm like, please don't play Sunny Shore, and then he did. And I'm like, okay, well, this is not good. But the Cessation Crystal and the Tool Scrapper really got me. I was not ready for that.
Yeah, it was really well played from Zach to see that line, and honestly, great that he actually made it into a game because I thought we were going to have the most underwhelming Champs Cube finals of all time. But yes, thanks to Zach, always a great competitor. The second most accomplished Cube player we have around, second to you, of course. No surprise to see you both in the final. What did you think of your draft overall?
I thought so. I think the draft for basically everybody at the table was just madness. So pack one, I know I at the end of pack one was like, this is bad. Like this is really bad. So I had some planning coming in. I mean, this is a cube that I've played so much and like I've done all the documentation for, and so I didn't prep as much this time in a dedicated way as I did in the past, as I have in the past.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly just because I didn't need to. But the there were a couple of like pocket strats, I guess you could call them, that I was thinking about, and part of it was based on meta. So decks that have not really been popular in the past are Honchkrow and Metagross, and I think those decks are both very good, but I think people either haven't understood them or they're not very flashy. Metagross is flashy. People don't really understand it. Honchkrow is not flashy, so people don't like it as much. But those were kind of two decks coming in. I'm like, okay, if I can speculate on a piece or two early and maybe get a couple wheels, then these will be decks that I can easily get into, and I'll be in good shape. But pack one tried to wheel 2 Metagross, so Metagross Triumphant and Metal Juncture, and 2 Special Metal Energy. Mm-hmm. And I saw Honchkrow, I saw Special Dark, or I saw Diving Swipe, Honchkrow, and the Level X. And then, so I took Honchkrow Level X, and then I think it was pack 1, pick 8. I felt like Honchkrow was open. I'm like, okay, I just got pick 6 Honchkrow Level X. Everyone's seeing these cards, so I was like selected on Special Dark. I'm like, this is just my line. Like, I'm gonna wheel the Honchkrows and we're gonna be good. And it really, I went back and forth on it. I'm like, I have to be more responsible than that. And so I took the Mantine to enable the Salamence. And so then the next pick, the Honchkrow does not come back in that first pack, and I was like, oh my gosh, like that could have been a disaster because I knew the Delcatty was already gone. But so long story short, the Honchkrow pieces don't wheel, and the Metagross, I wheel one Metagross and I don't wheel the other Metagross, and so kind of what I thought were fairly safe strats just completely went out the window in the first pack. I had a ton of cards that I was not going to play, and almost no consistency at all. And so I think a lot of people were in. I really feel like the first two packs were chaos. Just nobody knew what was going on. People were trying to get into lanes that they weren't finding. It was rough for people, and the good trainers, there were very, very few of them open in the first two packs. I don't know if I've ever seen a draft quite like that one, where the trainers were just so barren in the first two packs. But then coming into packs 3 and 4, it's like, okay, how do I save this? How do I turn this around? What even is an open line? Because at that point, I didn't have a feel for what was open. I had a couple of notes like maybe this line is open, but Hippowdon traditionally is a really popular line, and so I was surprised to be able to get into that one pretty comfortably. And then I love Hippowdon with the fire support because Hippowdon gives you a lot of flexibility in your energy line. I already had the Salamence, so I'm like, okay, this is a deck like the Fire Engine with Hippowdon and Salamence is a deck I can play this. And then the Glaceon came through pretty late, but it ended up being a really nice partner for the deck just because it's aggressive, it's disruptive, got some snipe capability to clean up some missed KOs, and just gives an extra dimension to the deck that Hippowdon doesn't have on its own. Like when I played against Fruits, if he stuck a Palkia and I was just playing mono Hippowdon, that would have been very difficult. So lots of neat opportunities. I'm excited to watch the draft back, but how did it look from your perspective? I'm curious.
Yes, it was very interesting. Like you say, the first two packs, it didn't really feel like we were anywhere, and the pack quality was really low. It was like, I got this, and you're like, cool. Yeah, really struggling because you didn't have recovery for the longest time, and I was like, are you going to go draft without recovery? And then the Palmers came up. You got that. That was great. And then eventually the time space distortion, but really the Palmers was like a relief moment. And then I also felt like you were having a bit of a stadium crisis at one point, because you'd been passing all these good stadiums for your deck, or at least what I thought would be good.
No, I agree. I agree completely. And I can talk about that more, but finish your thought, I
Yeah.
guess.
But then what happened? There was the Academy at Night wheeled, and not wheeled. Did it wheel? And like, it's the first time I've read the card, and I was like, wow, this card actually does something in Slight's deck. Like, you can, if you need to, put an energy on top of your deck for your Accelerator Salamence. So that didn't make its way into the deck, but it was an interesting to read that card for the first time. And then when the Stark Mountain wheeled, I was like, okay, the Scorched Earth didn't wheel, the Heat Factory didn't wheel, but the Stark Mountain wheels. And that's like a brilliant stadium for your deck, right? So I feel like that
Yeah.
really, it's actually a good stadium to have. You're not just playing a stadium for a stadium bump. And then eventually you got the Faber as well. So you were fine. But yeah, I got to the end of the draft and I was like, this feels like it's got way less consistency than a Slight deck would normally have. But thank God for the Roast Reveal Ninetales, right? Because that's really what brought it all together.
Yeah, the Fire Engine is just so strong for that consistency. Once I saw the Roast Reveal Ninetales in the draft, I had the Salamence and the Mantine. I think I had both of those already. I think Ninetales was in pack 2 or 3. Um, that really gave me a lot of I don't know, a lot of comfort mentally, I guess, just because I knew consistency was in a bad spot, and the supporter line at the end was not too bad, but without the Ninetales, it's a totally different deck, and it does not come together in the way that it did. The Fire Engine was such a huge benefit there, um, but for the stadium situation, so there was training court, but it was up against something I felt like I really needed, and so I took the other thing. There was Scorched Earth. That one I felt was pretty close, and I don't remember what I took over it. But I also think at that point I wasn't totally sure I wanted the Scorched Earth because I think I had a 1/1 Hippowdon or something. I wasn't even sure the line was open, and I knew I was going to be pitching Fire Energy like crazy with the Ninetales already. So I was like, Scorched Earth is really only good for pitching the Fightings, but I don't even know if I'm going to play them yet. Um, And then the Heat Factory was honestly the biggest surprise to me. I know I was going to wheel it pretty late. Like it was going to be, I don't know, third or fourth last pick in the pack. But it was up against, again, really important stuff. I don't remember exactly what it was up against. I remember thinking I can take the Heat Factory and have consistency, or I can take this other thing, whatever I ended up taking, and have that benefit instead. And again, I don't remember off the top of my head what I took over it, but um, the I did kind of expect the Heat Factory to come back because it was really clear at that point that nobody was really interested in fire, or it felt that way at least. Because like Blacksmith wheeled in pack one, and so it looked like fire was safe.
Yeah,
But
I think
Heat Factory doesn't come back, and that was pretty surprising.
I think Kaleido took it, but I'm not sure why. I think it was just one of those. He did end up playing a Ninetales, but yeah. There were also,
Oh yeah, played the dust one.
yeah, that the Bright Look Ninetales was in a pack, and it would have been so good for your draft, I feel like. But you had to take the other card, which was unfortunate. And then I feel like it's the same, the one that does 2 for 60 with the Flame Tail and reduces the retreat cost. I saw both those Ninetales come up, and I was like, these both fit in the deck really well, but they're up against this other card, and you just went for the safe option, which I think, well, it worked out for you, right?
Yeah, the Ninetales, the second one, the 2 for 61 with the mobility body, that one was a tough call. Because I think I went back and forth a couple of times on which I was going to take. And I ultimately went for the other one. I was like, the Ninetales is more power to the deck, but I've already got pretty good mobility in my trainer line. And so I don't think I need the mobility. It would really just be another attacker. At the time, the additional attacker would have potentially been good, but I think it was up against, I don't know, strong consistency or some really important piece for the stability of the deck. And so there were a lot of those kinds of picks toward really in the last three packs overall, where it was two or three very strong cards against each other. And I'll be interested to see how I feel going back and looking at it again, because at the time I felt okay about it.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like every decision I was making was the correct one, but I didn't feel like I was making a bunch of bad picks either. And so I'll be interested to see how it looks going back. But this is definitely the kind of deck that I love to draft. Lots of things going on, kind of heavy strategy, but it does have aggressive angles, which I like quite a bit. But the heavy decks, especially, I feel like for me, especially, heavy decks can really get away from me because I see all the things that can do, and I'm like, oh, this would be so strong, this would be so strong, this would be so strong, and in the end, you end up having to cut a bunch of strong things, and the cornerstone of your deck and the consistency is a little flimsy, and so I was really trying to avoid ending up in that situation because I've been there many times before.
Yeah. I could definitely tell how disciplined you were in those later picks, where it's like, this card is like, would really increase like the ceiling of the deck. But you recognized your support account early on was really low, and you're just like, yeah,
Really,
give me
really
the supporter, give me the supporter. And I'm just like, man, I would be taking the wrong pick here every time, because I'm like, wow, this card goes great in my deck. And I'd probably end up with like 10 supporters, like some people did in this draft, and just not get anywhere. The other card I wanted to ask about was the Salamence EX. I thought for sure that was going to make its way into the deck. Did you just feel like you had enough attackers without it?
So attackers, yes. Attackers I felt good on. I figured the Salamence EX might come up sometimes as a way to swing for more damage. And that was really the reason why I was most interested in it toward the end. The reason why I thought I would be most likely to use it is just because the mobility that it offers your deck is really strong. But I was kind of looking at my ideal board setup, and I was like, man, it's going to be so hard to have two Salamence and Mantine and Ninetales in play all the time. And so I ultimately felt as though it was going to be too difficult to get value out of, and so I cut it in favor. I ultimately ended up with a Floatstone, a Birdkeeper, a VS Seeker, and an Item Finder, so never felt stuck in the active in a bad spot. But that was really the reason I was looking at it, was the free retreat. And then once I kind of came to terms with mobility is okay, don't need it for the free retreat, I was looking at the attacking option. I did like it for the extra damage ceiling, but it's only 30 more damage than the sand or the rock tumble on Hippowdon, and then save sand can be very good with high damage. I never got a particularly high damage save sand off because I didn't really have the tools to do it. I would have had to invest a ton of energy into one, and if I played the shaman, which that was one of my last cuts, if I played the shaman, then I probably would have gotten some big save sands off. But ultimately, felt like my bench was going to be too full most of the time, which actually didn't end up being true. Surprisingly so. I feel like I always run out of bench space, but yeah. So I cut the shaman, and so my damage cap was basically looking like 90. But with the expert belt, the kukui, the item finder, and the VS seeker, I was hoping that if there was like a critically important knockout, I'd be able to reach for it. But I also had a lot of cheap attacks that I could kind of mid ground or build a board around. So like the vacuum sand, the save sand, the snow cloak, even ice blade, which is 2 energy, but all of those give me a lot of opportunities to take 2-hit KOs and it not be the most painful thing in the world. And so I think that ended up being okay. But yeah, the Salamence EX was a tough cut, but ultimately I felt like it was going to be too much to try and set up.
Okay. Any other thoughts on your deck, or what would you rate it out of 10?
Out of 10, I think it's probably like an 8.5 or a 9. It's good. Like, I'm happy with it. Obviously, can't be too upset about it. But the there are definitely things that could have gone a lot better. And this, I almost felt, given some of the tools that I had in the draft, felt like the consolation prize, like the settle plan. And it still ended up being very good, but if I think if other drafters were not experiencing a lot of the same difficulties that I was, like if somebody really just got every card that they wanted, or most of the cards that they wanted, because for me, I felt like I got maybe 60% of the cards that I wanted. If somebody got 80, 90, then I think I would have had a really difficult time against that. But the deck is definitely good. I mean, it was way more consistent than I expected. I was a little worried about the consistency, but I got bailed out on the luxury ball and ultra ball late in the draft. And I think the other drafters facing the same issues that I was really helped it in context of the field, and it made it feel stronger than maybe it really was. But I mean, at the end of the day, it did run very well. It did exactly what I had hoped it would. Sand Reset was incredibly powerful, and I got a ton of value out of it. And then the Top Accelerator rebuilt the board really quickly. So basically, it's the kind of the ideal deck, the ideal strategy that the deck can achieve. And when I put it in the big sheet with all the different lines in it,
Yeah.
or all the different decks in it, it was like, well, Salamence allows you to rebuild your board after a Sand Reset really quickly. And even though Salamence is a heavy line, you can just play the thinner Salamence line, and then you can focus more on the Hippowdon, or you can play it the other way and do it a little bit differently. But the it ran well. It ran well. I think it was a good deck. Not the best deck I've ever seen in this cube by any means, but it did the job.
Yes, it definitely looked impressive, and was piloted very well. So yeah, that's your third Champs Cube win. You've got 4 Cube League wins, I think. 3 Champs Cube wins. What's next for Slight?
4. The fourth Champs win.
Is it the 4th Champs win?
It's the 4th.
What? Wait, really?
I won 2, and then Zach won, and then I won 2 again now.
Oh, damn. Okay. The 4th Champs win. Sorry to take that away from you. Yes, congratulations. Do you have any shout outs or anything you want to give, or any closing thoughts?
Shout out to the admin team who runs the server. I always have so much fun playing in it. And I know that some of the leagues this season had a little bit more aggressive discourse that was difficult for people to contend with. So really appreciate all the effort the admin team goes through to put together all the events year round and champs as well. Major shout out to you for jumping on the microphone. I'm very excited to watch the stream back and just listen to your commentary. I'm very excited for it. Um, but shout out to everybody who plays in the events as well and makes the season what it is. And I don't know. I'm immensely grateful for this group all the time, and that feel like I could never say it enough, basically.
Yeah, and thank you for, you were the server owner, getting us admins all to this point. It wouldn't be here without you, so we're all very grateful for you, and to have you still around participating is great as well.
Yeah, I hope to continue participating for a long time.
Awesome. Well, I think I'll wrap things up there if that's all right. Thank you very much for joining for this little discussion on your draft, on your deck, how the games went.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much for letting me hop in, and thank you so much for running the stream today.
All right. And with that, I think I'm done for the day, guys. So, yeah, huge congrats to Slight. Connor Lavelle, what a guy. I don't know how you do it with so much consistency, honestly. Like, there's so much luck in queue, but you're always at the top, so it's crazy. All right. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Yeah, totally. It was a fun conversation. Man, I feel like I could talk about it for a long time. How that draft was just like crazy. Is just the insanely difficult, really, because you basically, I don't know at what point everybody around the table ended up figuring out what they were doing, but for me, it was like I'm 2 packs in and I really have like a whisper of a deck. Like I am nowhere almost, and so